or is it have, what are the levers that you see in making it, let's say, a $3.5, $4 number that even beyond that we see today to a less than 2?
So, okay, I think there are 3 or 4 levers. I think the first and foremost, of course, is the renewable itself, right? That's one of the main pillars because almost 2/3 of the green hydrogen cost is actually coming from the renewables. So that's, and in my mind, that renewable cost is already at a good point, and I think hopefully it becomes better and better. Yeah. There are challenges like intermittency. We talked about that. I see that more as a design challenge than a roadblock. It's not really a roadblock. I think it can be overcome. So renewable is getting there. The next bit is making sure that we have the right infrastructure to handle it. So having common, shared resources, be it pipelines, open access systems where this hydrogen can be put in. That's very important because unless you aggregate and build scale to the infrastructure, you won't get the economics. So that's the other very important thing that has to happen. The third bit is how do you make sure that you take away a bit of the noise around financing such projects, right? So what you really need is a certainty of the demand, long-term PPAs, people whose demands that will stay there, because what you need to ensure is there's a bit of what I would say frictionless financing, right? Otherwise, that noise just doesn't go away. So in my mind, that's very important as well. And last and not the least, in my mind, the secret sauce really is to find out how you economically also put to use the co-produced oxygen that comes from the electrolysis process. Because that's very important as well. Yeah. If you're going to burden all the cost on the hydrogen and the oxygen has no value, then that's also, you have to think about that. So if you can find the right usage points where you can also put the oxygen to good economical use, I think that provides a lot more of economics to that production.
And Mr. Tanti, just a follow-on question to that. And I'm moving on the manufacturing side of things now. We're looking at obviously manufacturing getting a big push in the country. As Suzlon, how are you looking at that space? I'm sure you are obviously one of the largest players in the wind manufacturing side. Are you looking at any other associated energy transition areas as well?
So there, I think, we've just defined our Suzlon 2.0 strategy, and the key shift that we are looking at is to move from a single source to a multi-source, full stack energy solutions company. And primarily what we've seen is that with the viability and, the demand that we are seeing on FDRE in the country, customers are, the complex piece of what we do is the wind part. And solar and BESS is a bit easier compared to wind. So customers are looking at that, could you guys kind of give us a full integrated solution? And I think with that, and since we also do the project development piece, adding solar and a BESS to that with the complex piece of wind is reasonably easy to do. So we are kind of moving into that phase where over the coming years we'll become a full stack RE integrated solutions enterprise. So customers can have everything under one roof. Where we are focusing from a technology and product specialization is more on the integration part, because we believe going ahead that is going to be critical. So like we've just currently launched in the field trials a kind of integrated energy controller, which will ultimately allow customers to switch between resources depending upon the demand curve and cost optimization and the elements around that. The other piece we are focusing on is the forecasting part of it. Again, while solar is reasonably convenient to forecast, wind is the complex piece, and with the kind of large weather stations that we have installed across the country, there is a good intellect. So we are deploying AI and other activities in that to see how we can do better forecasting on those elements. So I think in combination, effectively, we are moving from a pure single source to a multi-stack. As far as the other sources are concerned, with regards to solar and battery, I think those are already available in the market. There is a good capacity also. So we will go more on a partnership approach, and where we can add significant technology value is where we will focus on. But ultimately to customer, it's like a one-stop shop, so that effectively, they don't need to worry. And since we also have a full value chain from project development to EPC to manufacturing to lifetime service, they get also the benefit of a partner who can take care of the whole value chain. So especially the industrial customers, the PSUs also now, and we are seeing the private utilities also. All of them are looking to a more integrated solution service. So we've started that discussion. And I think now people are also doing forward planning. So almost year 3, 4, 5 planning is happening, where they know that we need to decouple the development and execution. So we're working with them on building a more long-term view of how the RE assets will be built. And just to also add to what the colleagues were saying, I think many of the customers are currently also building up their RE assets, which in future they can switch over to green hydrogen support, So I think there is also that build-up which is happening ahead of the curve, because today on a standalone, they are viable solutions. And as the hydrogen side of ecosystem gets developed, off-taking and some of the elements which Sir mentioned, as they fall in place, I think that integration, they'll be on track to switch it over to use for those projects.
Got it. And a similar question to Mr. Banerjee as well. From a Linde point of view, how do you see you play? What role do you see Linde playing, especially in an Indian space? Would you want to restrict yourselves to hydrogen, ammonia, or you're looking at something broader? And even within it, what is your strategy? If you can talk about it a bit.
Sure. So, Linde's role overall is essentially to make sure that we support the hydrogen end users in terms of providing them safe, reliable, and a steady source of the hydrogen. And we have a range of technologies that we provide, be it in terms of compression of the hydrogen, delivery of the hydrogen, liquefaction of hydrogen. Hydrogen as a gas is pretty difficult to handle, right? There are safety issues with it. It's difficult to liquefy, very low boiling point. But Linde thankfully has all the technologies to deal with it. Over a period of time, we have commercialized many of these technologies all over the world. We run currently some of the largest electrolyzers. We talk of gigawatt scale electrolyzers today, but in reality, there are only a few megawatts capacity electrolyzers running anywhere in the world. And we probably operate some of the largest. We operate a 35 megawatt electrolyzer at the Niagara Falls projects in the US, where we are converting hydroelectric energy into green molecules, liquefying that. And then, we've doubled our liquefaction capacity in the US. Based on that project, we run a 24 megawatt electrolyzer facility in Leuna in Germany, which supplies into a large hydrogen pipeline grid infrastructure that's supplying the entire industrial cluster. So these are ways which we are using to slowly help build up the commercialization of the hydrogen. Ultimately, our role is to make sure that we help transition from renewable energy to hydrogen molecules that are dispatchable, reliable, tradable in a form that the industry can use.
Got it. And I just want to move to Dr. Prasad as well. So we've seen the tariffs in the industry. We've seen, SECI bids and your policy drives a certain results in terms of tariffs. We see solar and wind tariffs solar going down, actually wind going up, and hydrogen obviously being very, very competitive in the market. From a ministry point of view, are you comfortable with these? Do you think the entire thing about cost is, we are chasing the lowest tariffs, right, in the industry? And sometimes over a medium term, they might or might not be the best thing for the stability. Any views that you can talk from a ministerial lens?
So, as a ministry, obviously, when you see low tariffs, you are happy at the first, instance. But you are aware that, just quoting tariffs is one thing, and actually executing them is another thing. But I have also seen, in informal conversations, that, I mean, I'm talking about hydrogen part of it, that the tariffs or the rates which they have quoted are not just for that project. They are building much bigger plants for other clients as well. So there's a bit of, I would not say cross subsidy involved, but overall the product is still profitable even at the rates which they quote us. Number one, and with the rates they quote us, their chance of getting clients abroad also goes up. So, so it's a tightrope walk, I would say, for them as well.
Yeah.
But as a ministry, we are happy with the hydrogen tariffs at least.
Yes.
And obviously we'll have to wait till and for these companies sometimes it's an issue of not just the tariff but also an issue of prestige, that it's the first project or the first tender, and executing that project itself places them ahead of others in competition globally, just because they could execute a project,
Got it.
not because they made money from it directly. So there are multiple advantages of quoting low tariffs. So I would not go to so as to dismiss the tariffs out of hand that they are non-viable. They may have other benefits which we don't know of sitting here. Second is about the RE tariffs. The best, actually, now nobody, frankly speaking, now no state wants solar only.
Yeah.
Even for REIs, nobody wants solar tariffs or solar bids. The best tariffs are going historically low. Again, probably it may be, some may be overconfident bids, some may be, again, things which we don't know. They know something more than us, which we sitting here don't know. So I don't want to dismiss them offhand. But yes, I mean, there is a possibility some of them will fail. I mean, just purely statistical basis, some of them may fail. But to say that all of them are over optimistic also is a wrong statement, I would say. You would see ups and downs in all bids. I mean, even in RE tariff, so it's not like there's one hard ceiling set. The tariff is to go up and down beyond that, that small range. So this will keep on happening till either the supply chain moves here partially and then we impose some kind of duty or something like that. Tariffs will keep on going up and down depending upon who's supplying. Probably their supplier is more aggressive, in that country. So you don't know what factors are at play.
Got it.
So we just wait. I mean, that's all we can do at this point of time. But we are happy to see good tariffs go down and down.
So the same question from an industry lens. I'm sure we'll find a.
I was hoping you would ask me. No, I think, we've seen this for various sources of energy. You have that early phase where the prices are high because you don't have the scale, you don't have the certainty, visibility. Then you have that phase where all of a sudden the market opens up, there is more demand, then you see the tariffs kind of sliding down. Also, then you have, with the geopolitical situation, changes in tariffs could also impact, and that you see swings in tariff here and there. So I think it's a journey from that, and we've seen over time, I think now both for wind and solar, reaching that maturity curve where you wouldn't see big swings, they are at a stage, unless they are of more environmental in nature, of something linked to geopolitics or otherwise. But otherwise, mostly we are seeing a combination. And I think with the last discovered tariff of, FDRE bid, almost comparable to the key parameters of a conventional source, has gone to as low as 4.5,
Yes.
So I think effectively now that maturity curve is come where you wouldn't see big swings, at least in wind and solar. And as the ecosystem of local, like in wind, it's less because the ecosystem largely exists in India. In solar, you're still dependent on battery, you are still dependent on imports. And so that disturbance keeps hitting us also.
Got it. And Mr. Banerjee, if you have to talk about, let's say, in the interest of time, if you just talk about one policy change that you would really want to hear about in India, what would that be? Which would make the business for all stakeholders better?
Yeah, I think I can speak from a hydrogen perspective.
Yeah.
And clearly, like I said, of the the three pillars that I talked about for making hydrogen more and more economically viable, right? The renewable energy, the infrastructure, and the demand aggregation and the PPAs, right? I think it's the sustainability of the demand and the demand certainty of the demand in my mind, which is probably the most important. And to that extent, putting out mandates for green hydrogen consumption, I think, is an important element that will drive the consumption and give an early start to the consumption at scale, which will then in turn drive the economy of the hydrogen production cost, right? So in my mind, that's probably one of the most important things. The government also needs to make sure that the PPAs, the way they are structured, they are commercially viable PPAs. Offtake agreements are commercially viable. So that's something that the government has to work towards. Infrastructure has to be made with more open access in mind. I think that's what's going to really help to make the hydrogen cost really.
Got it. And just so it becomes a vicious cycle at the end of it, right? Because green ammonia and the hydrogen prices, if they are above, then let's say a gray at the moment, which they are, who pays for the premium? That's the challenge. Will it be directly from a subsidy, or is that actually because the scaling happens over time? So obviously it's a vicious cycle. Any views on this?
See, scaling and technology will take its time to catch up, right? So there is a particular point that you have to reach to make it economically viable, and it takes some time for the technology to catch up. That bridge is something that has to come from somewhere, be it through subsidies, through carbon tax mechanisms, through whatever mandates, whatever will be the process. That there has to be a policy mandate that provides that bridge till such time that the technology catches up.
Got it.
Just to add, I think we've seen historically that the changeover happens in a bigger way when you create the market. So I think if we can create the demand side of things, then we will need less government support for things to come up. And we've seen that in renewable energy, the moment the demand was created in a big way, the tariffs got adjusted immediately. So same will happen with hydrogen also.
So anything on the renewable side, any one policy change that you would want?
So
just one, sir. I'm sure you will have many.
There are quite a few, but I think I'll still stick to two, not just one. But I think just picking up from what he was mentioning, I think it's time for us to build our carbon markets. And I think Niti Aayog is working on doing that, and I think it's a good time. And also on the background of what has happened yesterday with the EU, I think it's a good opportunity for us to kind of look at building that market with partnerships, and that should help us really speed up the energy transition in a bigger way. And second area, I would just say that as a country, we have aspirations to be a global player of a large nature, and I think clean tech provides us that one opportunity where if we focus on end-to-end from manufacturing, R&D to supply, the whole value chain in clean tech, I think now India has the scale, the productivity, the performance, and the price points to compete in the world. And I think this is an opportunity for us to take the second, the last budget, the National Mission for Manufacturing and Exports were announced. I'm hoping that now we take it to the next level and really use, amongst other industries, clean tech as one focus area and the world is looking at India for a good partnership. So I think it's a good time to look at that.
Got it. And maybe the last question for Mr. Prasad. So and both our panelists didn't mention, but I think one of the key enablers is also about the green taxonomy, especially on the hydrogen and the ammonia side. Some of our taxonomies don't really fully integrate with, let's say, European RFNB or regulations, etc. There's a lot of mismatches between banking allowed, not allowed, regions, etc. Some of the stuff hopefully should get cleared with what we saw yesterday and the day before, but any views on that would be very helpful. And then that's the last question that I have.
I would only say that just because you did something first doesn't mean you did it right. Okay? Europe did something first in RFP, but doesn't mean that they are doing it right. Okay? who knows, they may come down to match our standard. But that's not even the goal of any country. Any country's standards, especially legal standard. I'm not talking about safety standard. That those are not specific to green or grey hydrogen. But the legal standard for certification, each country has its own carbon levels. No country is willing to agree with the other country's levels because they're their own domestic compulsions.
Yeah.
We are not meant for we are not. I mean, Europe has one, but we also export to Japan and Singapore. I mean, that's the ambition, to Korea. Each of them have different standards. We aligning to any one of them doesn't make any sense, because then you say that this is not aligning with their standard.
Absolutely.
So as a country, we cannot align to every standard. Our standard is meant to ensure that you will use overwhelmingly RE in your project.
Got it.
That is a single goal which we had in mind. And not make it too complicated about additionality and other correlations, which their grid is problematic, so they have it. We don't have it, so why should we import their complications?
Absolutely.
So that's why we have not done it. And I would sure with time they would realize what they have done, and probably their review is scheduled in 2 years. Maybe you would see them scale back rather than we scale up.
Yes. No, I'm with you there personally. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks all. I think we are almost out of time, so I'll just conclude. I think very, very interesting conversation. We see a lot of the conversation, interestingly, are now shifting from a pure solar and a wind discussions on electrons to an integration between electrons and molecules. And that is a very significant shift. I've been coming to this IEW for many years, and we're seeing this conversation happening increasingly every year. So good to hear that. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
somebody going to tell us when we are good to
We
go?
can just
Yeah. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see a packed auditorium and pleasure to be here. Let me start off by doing a quick introduction of my panelists. I'll start off with Shane. Shane is the CEO of Kongsberg Digital, which is the industrial software arm of the Kongsberg Group, which is a Norwegian technology leader with over 200 years of heritage. Shane doesn't look so old, but he's a PhD in chemical engineering and has over 20 years of experience in digital and industrial information. Let me move on to Raj, Dr. Raj Gattupalli. He is the president and CEO of Honeywell UOP. He's a PhD in chemical engineering, brings in deep experience in process development and commercialization, and helps customers improve efficiency, reliability, and emissions performance. And last but not the least, I've got Mr. Amit Sharma, who's the managing director and CEO of Tata Consulting Engineers. Amit is again, a mechanical engineer with global academic exposure, brings about 30 plus years of experience across energy, infrastructure, transportation, and industrial sectors. I hope I've done justice to all of you gentlemen for your introductions, but if there is something that I've missed out, please feel free to add. Let me start off by an introduction for myself. My name is Neville Dumasia. I'm a partner with Ernst & Young in India, and I look after the industrials and energy business. Privileged to be here at the IEW Forum, and it's an exciting place to be, something that I keep coming every year. And I always am impressed with the amount of ideas, the amount of thoughts, the amount of innovation that keeps coming up in all these panels and discussions, and very happy to see what's actually happening around the world. I thought I'd make a few comments before I get into the Q&A with my panelists. So let me start off. I mean, clearly this energy transition is not just going to succeed because we have intent, because we're keen to do it. It really requires a hell of a lot of capital. Capital is the place where we really start off with, because unless and until you actually invest a large amount of money in the industries which are hard to abate, it's not going to be possible for this to actually come into fruition. So it's a very, very important aspect over here. And as of the last couple of years from IEA, what we've got is $2.2 to $2.4 trillion has been invested in this clean energy. But the estimate is that you will probably need closer to 4 trillion year on year from 2030. So that's a significant amount of money. When you come closer home to India, what you see is a huge number of transactions that have happened in the recent past, about 1,400 odd. 1,400 transactions in the green energy space, investing about $33 billion of capital into the country. 70% of that has come from the private equity space, 70%. Now, unfortunately, there's a positive and there's a negative as well. When there is private equity money that comes in, typically what they look for is making sure that they're investing in reputable business houses, easy cash flows, visibility. But several of these places that we're really trying to do now are areas which are kind of uncharted, right? There'll be a huge number of new technologies that people are experimenting with, making them move from pilot to scale. So those are some of the challenges that hard to abate sectors actually come through. And I think it's important. It's an important area that we'll focus on and we'll drill upon a little bit more. In addition, this whole thing around digital and digital tools, how do you actually get a good sense? How do you get a good estimate of what's actually happening? Can you visualize a project or projects before they're actually launched to see whether there is certainty of cash flow, certainty of proof of concept, etc. And that's where I think we'll touch upon with Shane to get some more insights for us. This matters. The reason why I thought I'd start off and give you this context is matters because design choices made today can generate emissions for close to 30 or 40 years. You'll do an investment, plan comes up in 3, 4, 5 years, but the repercussions or the benefits of this will accrue to you for the next 30 or 40 odd years. Manufacturing processes and technology decides whether cleaner products can be made at scale, and digital systems decide whether improvements can actually last. So with that brief introduction and context setting, I'm going to jump into some of the questions. I've tried to divide it into 3 themes. The first theme being investment policy and incentives. Do they actually change decision making? And I'm going to start off perhaps with the furthest. Amit, may I pull you in first? So as heavy industry, Amit, moves towards complex multi-technology decarbonization pathways, How can companies ensure that large-scale capital deployment remains economically viable while delivering measurable emission reductions?
Thanks, Neville. Good afternoon, everyone. I think this is an important question. You can get a lot of money, but you're not starting on fresh slate. You have an existing asset, and you're looking at expansion. And in India particularly, when the energy mix is getting diverse, and you're also adding a lot of energy, adding a lot of production capacities, that's what India is doing, unlike the West, where the energy is stabilized a bit. And so you're doing change, but we are adding stuff both in metals and hydrocarbons and the whole general energy generation. How do you utilize this money and capital that comes in? I think that's where desire needs to really map with real IRRs. And a couple of years back, when green was really strong and decarb was being initially debated, we championed the cause of circularity as a key part of the mix. And it's not that it's a low-hanging fruit, but it's something that gives you a boost to get your maths right in your investments. So circularity, which for example is aluminum recycling, steel iron recycling, is definitely one part. Second is, how do you look at brownfield and your greenfield investments? You can't, for example, steel cannot go to hydrogen DRI straight away, right? You need a mix of gas-based DRI, electric arc furnaces, while your blast furnaces continue. Then how do you make your blast furnaces relevant for the green era? Well, you do carbon capture, and then you convert that to methanol or SAF, and you try to do these adjacencies of circularity, both in terms of molecule circularity, but also more electrification, electrons into your mix, whether it's a refinery or steel. When it comes to aluminum, copper, they've already experiencing a big growth because of the whole AI and the EV story. And hence green electricity helps a lot. And last but not the least, when you look at electricity, how do you balance, convenient, intermittent, renewable grid with the base load? Because if you don't marry these two, you will not get a resilient grid for industrial use. And I think these are the equations to solve that will give you the right return of investment, with the starting case more focus on circularity before you do the big bets. That's what we've seen in the market emerging and panning out as boards approve various options. That's what I say, Neville.
Thank you, Amit. Raj, may I bring you in on the second question? It's in most of the hard-to-abate sectors, refining, fuels and chemicals, cleaner alternatives still cost more than the conventional ones. It's just a lot more expensive to do infuse clean as opposed to convention. Do you, from your vantage point of a global CEO, do you see today's government incentives enough to scale cleaner fuels, or are we still limited to small-scale trials, pilots? And maybe you could give us a view across the world, if possible, and then India.
Yeah, no, great question, Neville. I think this is important for us to tackle. So I'm going to go back a little bit on how at Honeywell UOP we did the things here. So way back when we invented our own technology to convert heifer-based feedstock to renewable fuels. In those days, renewable diesel was very famous. This is back 20 years, and nobody was trying to adopt the technology because the cost of production was higher at that time. And then if you look at in today's point of view, there are many heifer-based feedstock going to renewable diesel or SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, that have been operating. And the reason for that is because the economics are right for that particular technology. And the newer technologies that we have today, whether it's methanol to sustainable aviation fuel or carbon capture or ethanol, any other technologies that we have today are pretty new, that technology providers have launched in the last 4 or 5 years. So it takes an evolution to reduce the cost of production. So do you really need incentives to be able to start up? Absolutely. When we first started the heifer-based feedstock, we had government incentives, whether it's in the US or other parts of the world, that triggered investments. And once the triggered investments happen, the technology developments will overtake itself, and then you get to a point where it is cost of production is going to go down, and then you're going to make much more profitable. I think that's exactly where today's new technologies are right now. When you have to do a seed investment, whether it's private investors or government incentives, that helps seed the investment. And once the investment happens, I think you'll see a good return on investments. I'll give an example. Even as us as a technology provider, we've been looking at all the options in converting to make renewable fuels. One example that I have here is when we look at whether it's one of the biggest things that we have challenged on renewable fuels is feedstock. Heifer-based feedstocks has been very famous because, as I said, the cost of production has been low enough that people are making money from it. But then there's not enough feedstock that is available in that space. So people are moving towards other alternatives, but the economics are not really making sense unless there's an incentive that kicks in. So this is where we are trying to develop technologies. For example, a technology that we just launched recently called biocrude upgrading, where you can actually utilize, for a country like India, where energy security is important and a lot of biomass that is available, how could you use that biomass to convert into renewable fuels? So we have developed a technology where biomass, abundant biomass, which is cheap, you could take that to biocrude and then upgrade the biocrude to make marine fuel or SAF to make the economics better. So it has to be a part of technology provider licensing and innovation to reduce the cost, but also to seed the investment, to kickstart the investment, we might need a little bit of government incentives at the start. So it's a combination of both. It's going to be help, but long term, no one will make an investment assuming that the incentives are going to be there forever.
Right.
And that's not the investment strategy, a good investment strategy in a view. Yeah. So it has to work on its own.
And at least in India, what we are seeing, Raj, is in the biomass space, we find that the supply chain is becoming quite a bit of a challenge.
Right.
Are you seeing that in other parts of the world as well?
Absolutely, right. So because you have to have a place where you can aggregate all of the stuff, or if you can't aggregate all of the stuff, you can have a hub and spoke model where you make the biocrude in different spots and bring the biocrude to a common spot where you upgrade it together. So you'll have to think about it that way. Otherwise, constructing a world-scale facility in one area might be extremely challenging just because of the logistics of how you are to the transportation. So in this particular space, I think a hub and spoke model is something that is that might be worth to look at.
Thank you.
Yep.
Shane, question for you. Today's investors don't just ask what a technology does, they ask whether it is going to be able to perform reliably for the next 20, 30 odd years. How are digital tools helping build this confidence amongst the owner promoters? What kind of insights do these digital tools actually provide them when they're making a capital decision, making sure that this is really something which is viable, fundable? What kind of visibility do they actually get to see?
We were briefly touching on this in the back room as we were preparing, and I think we've talked about this. There's two tracks. You have your brownfield assets, which accounts for the majority of the hard-to-abate industry today, and of course we're going to add capacity through greenfields and new projects. So you kind of have to look at this in two ways. If you look at the brownfield assets that exist today, digitalization's really efficiency 2.0. Right, it's about standardizing, about eliminating costs, taking out the emissions that we have in the existing infrastructure, and there's a certain capacity there to do that. Digitalization's really doing that. There's a lot of examples of this happening. Everything from cement factories, taking down 2 or 3% from these kilns. You see the steel manufacturing, also taking out maybe 5-6% efficiency. And efficiency is cost. It's emissions, and it's capacity throughput that we're adding there. And then if you look at carbon capture, which I'm a big believer in, we're going to have a mix of technologies, a mix of electrons and molecules. Some will be able to take completely down to electrification, green electrification, and some we're not. So we need CCS to be able to capture a lot of this and take it out. But the chemicals, the solvents that we use there to capture the CO2, and then the high steam that's required to release it, there's been fantastic headway made on taking out 20% of the energy costs. And it's almost 1-to-1 to emissions. It's about 20-ish% of emissions as well, just on that process in of itself. So again, through digitalization, and a lot of people throw around AI as a term, but it's old school machine learning and just better ways of working through digital tools. So on the brownfield, efficiency 2.0, think about that. And that can fund quite a bit of the energy transition as well. Then when you're looking at the green fields, and I say this again and again, if we're planning, building, executing, designing, engineering these assets the way we've done it for 20, 30, 40 years, we've failed. We've absolutely failed because we're not taking advantage of the digital tools that we have. That is the way of working, the future way of working, these plants of the future, etc. So we're getting in very much into the EPC stage, into the engineering stage. Make sure you're using engineering tools to design more optimally, because a lot of people think of emissions on the OPEX side, but 1 ton of steel on a subsea infrastructure, if you think CCUS, is 2 tons of CO2. So if you can optimize more at the limit using digital tools, you already have made a significant input into taking down the CO2 footprint of those assets. We're working with one particular LNG facility in Canada, and their big cost base was, on the OPEX side, was flying people in and out. It's a very remote area. They needed to prove that they could take down the CO2 footprint there. So they rewired the whole facility around a digital twin, a different way of working. We had to use AI inside there, and this is a mixture of the generative and more machine learning, and then just basic, tools, better ways of working there. And that had to take down 10% on the CO2 footprint and 50% on the OPEX cost. So again, it goes hand in hand. But the willingness to change the mindset of how they were going to operate that plant. And, the way we build these facilities is you normally take people or experts who have done this before and you go, hey, you built an LNG facility, 10 of them around the world, let's come in. It doesn't require that way of thinking. You need someone who's maybe never built an LNG facility and go, why would you do it that way? And blending these experts with kind of new ways of thinking, that is what will really, really take down. And then I know we talked about electrification. Today, these hard-to-abate industries contribute about 40% of all global emissions. Right. That's a lot. By direct electrification, you can take down 25% of those emissions. So getting that involved from day one, from a design thinking perspective, and then maybe you have to look at locations and what type of molecules you're putting behind there, that can have a significant impact. But when you start integrating like this, it becomes more complex for humans to be able to operate it. That's where digital plays its a key role.
Fantastic. And sorry, this is a question that I find hard to resist, but in all digital models and digital tools, the one thing that is a perennial problem is data. Oh, yeah. The underlying data. Yeah. It's almost as if you're saying, oh, tell me about it.
No, but, I say, everyone goes, hey, we'll start digital when we get our data problem sorted out. And I said, look, that's never going to happen, right? Let's be real. Let's be pragmatic about it. And we operate and maintain our assets with the level of data we have. They're not blowing up all over the world. So we have data to operate these facilities. But taking that data, but we often say that's the minimum amount of data in a structure to operate these plants. And then anything you can do to improve it, taking it into a digital platform, it could be a data platform, a knowledge graph, whatever it is, you're already opened up new efficiency gains, right? So yes, data is the perennial problem, but I think people get caught up in it. Oh, my data will be perfect next year. It'll never be perfect. So starting now is something we keep advising people, and then iteratively improve on it.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me go to the next set of questions. And Raj, let me pull you in first, and then Amit, and then Shane. Raj, in sectors again like refining, fuels, chemicals, aviation, clean power alone is not going to be enough to reach net zero. It's a pipe dream to say that's the case. What combination of technologies are you seeing? Biorefineries, CCU, efficiency movements. What kind of things are you seeing around the world, which you could share with the audience today?
Yeah, no, that's a good question, but also that question we can go on for an hour.
You've got 20 minutes.
I know. Yeah, but let me give a little bit of perspective in that, right? So if you, as you said, electricity power, clean power alone is not going to do it, just because there are large sectors of industry where electrification is not going to work. Even for cars, which we all thought is going to work great, think about electrification did really well, but then now we are at a point where internal combustion engines have become very more popular in the last couple of years. So it all starts with like, if you think about the main things that we are looking at, whether it's renewable diesel actually has become very popular in many parts of the world, and that's how we started with. That sustainable energy era started with a lot of renewable diesel, and that we have established a lot of good technologies. But the place that we are struggling in that right now is availability of feedstock, as I said. And the more more different types of feedstocks that we can work on rather than just relying on used cooking oil or the heifer-based feedstock, extending that feedstocks to whether it's biomass, whether it's methanol, whether it's ethanol, and then making it much more energy efficient and reducing the cost of production is where the name of the game is right now in that space. And then the second one is carbon capture, as you said. Carbon capture, there is a lot of announcements of projects. I think I was talking to one of the journalists this morning, like, okay, there are a lot of announcements of projects in India, even in carbon capture, but we haven't seen a lot of investments happening in that space. And why? Carbon capture is, in my view, easy. CO2 capture technology has been there forever, for a long time. But what are you going to do with that CO2? Right? You don't really have the infrastructure to do sequestration in India. So what are you going to do with that? So CO2 monetization, CO2 valorization is something that everybody is focused on. But there are only few things that you can do. CO2 to methanol, and then you take the methanol and then you make SAF. That chain is where the technologies have been really well progressing right now. And I think there are a lot of investments people are looking at in that space, and there's a lot of talk about it. Even at IEW last year, this year, there's a lot of discussion about it. I think you're going to see a lot of investments in that space. As I said, once you start the seed investment and then some investments happen, I definitely see a lot of improvements in that space in terms of cost of production decreases. But I think that is where that industry is going. Pretty much carbon capture and then taking that to methanol and then methanol to SAF, or stopping with SAF and using that as a marine fuel or something like that. And then hydrogen. Hydrogen is one area I'm a little disappointed in that space, because even though green hydrogen has been talked about for a long time, there's a good, actually India is maybe the pioneers in that space. A lot of good work has happened in India on the hydrogen. The rest of the world, a lot of dabbling with electrolyzers and other stuff at a smaller scale, but large investments are happening in India on the green hydrogen space. Good amount of work on the blue hydrogen space in the rest of the world, which I think is in a good shape there. Ultimately, those investments will more happen if they can find an alternative to that, as I said, monetization of CO2. The captured CO2, if they can actually, whether if they make ammonia or methanol, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to get an offtake at a premium or not for that, for the investment that you're putting in? So a lot of investments happening in a lot of different places. But more importantly, electrification is also, to me, is the name of the game with existing infrastructure. Yeah. If you have a refinery, if you have a petrochemical industry or cement and power industry, replacing those reboilers, replacing those heat exchangers with simple electric heaters or electric equipment has given a lot of, decarbonization. I think people undermine that and go big sometimes, but small things can add up. Fantastic. And that's something that we have seen in the industry, especially I think India is adopting that a little bit, and I've seen that in public sectors where we are working closely with a few of them in electrifying their existing refinery process units. So that's been a good uptick.
Lovely. And Amit, when you at Tata Consulting Engineers are looking at serving your clients, do you see a significant shift in terms of companies trying to use more green energy, electrification, or are they trying to see a combination of the newer renewable energy sources? What's your take on it from your vantage point?
Yeah, so, in the last 5 years, we did a lot of feasibility studies, the initial, FEL 1, FEL 2s. And first, as I said, to start your business case or embark on this journey of energy transition, most of our customers looked at circularity, because we kind of gave them the maths behind circularity is something that'll give you a business case that's viable. So we've crossed that first hurdle. Most of the recycling plants in steel or recycling in aluminum, copper, that's happening. We're doing global projects, both in Europe, US, as well as India, Middle East. The second part is, and I want to touch these three themes. The first theme is, if you go to renewable sources, how do you marry electronics and flywheels? And that's resilience. And let me explain this. When we looked at traditional power base load, it had a flywheel in it, and sudden demands of high amperage, the grid was stable. When you go to solar, wind, which is a grid following rather than grid forming, these networks and grids can't handle that load that the industry requires. And so there is a struggle between how do you balance flywheels and power electronics, because you can't have a virtual flywheel take such high loads that, say, a refinery, reformers, electrolyzers, or induction motors require. So that's the first theme. How do you marry virtual flywheels with physical flywheels to get the stability when you get into a mix of renewables and base load, irrespective of any industry? You want to shift your furnaces to electric fired furnaces, but you've got motors, the load out there is varying, and so that gets the complexity. So that's number one, and we're trying to figure that out, marrying the power electronics and the turbines and generators and flywheels together. The second thing is the capex and opex marriage. As I said, there isn't a greenfield strategy. Most of the strategies are a combination of brownfield and greenfield. And unless you truly connect capex and opex mindset inside your company, you won't get the total cost of ownership that's as planned, because you'll get into new challenges as you embark on this journey. You will look at value adjacencies, you look at energy balance equations, you look at product mix, input output changes, and the market will change suddenly. We'll have either commercial challenges or technology roadmap challenges. So you got to be nimble and agile. And to do that, the second theme is, how do you marry the capex and opex? Simple example, how do you get the projects team and the operation teams to be completely aligned for a very nimble and agile assets as you are in the energy transition? And that's wherein the digital story starts in with digital twins. It's no longer a nice to have story, it's a must have if you are balancing your energy transition story with both electrifications and the physical flywheel that you anyway need. And the third theme is the advent of AI. Of course, AI is an opportunity with all the story we are hearing on data centers and the surrounding value chain, but both stability of your energy with multiple sources, the capex opex bridge with the digital twins, is how do you leverage your know-how to rapidly innovate and align with the sudden demand changes in the market, including technology leaps or complete changes. And AI no longer is based on just 3 years back. We were looking at prognostics based on all data to have LLMs be taught first. I think the way AI is leapfrogging, actually we are seeing weeks and months tangible outcomes coming with the data that resides in the four walls of the enterprise. So if you have traditional processes, if you have both OPEX, CAPEX, and processes that you did in your industry, and you leverage AI, you're innovating faster. We're working with 2-3 customers in the hard-to-abate sector, cement being one, steel and aluminum, and the focus on rewiring the energy product with their in-house know-how, knowledge bank, and their process licenses with AI tools is phenomenal. I think these 3 themes will determine how the energy transition, the energy stability, and multiple sources of energy will balance and coexist. And last but not the least, as I said, unlike some of the other economies, India is going to quadruple its energy requirement for 8,000 terawatt hours to almost 27,000 terawatt hours. It's going to triple its steel from 120 million tons per annum to 300 million tons per annum. We're going from 500 gigawatts of power to 1,000 gigawatts of power per year by 2030. So amidst this transition, you have to keep on addition also. So all forms of energy, all forms of circularity, and a complete CAPEX, OPEX integration is a must for this journey to succeed.
Thank you, Amit. And Shane, when you work with clients, just for them to evaluate the impact or the financial feasibility of different types of feedstock, different technologies, does the digital twin or technologies at Kongsberg, are you able to provide a clear view to companies saying this path is much more profitable, shorter turnaround time, return on investment is faster? Is this an area that you're working at Kongsberg using AI, using advanced language learning?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think every tech company has to start stepping into that, or otherwise they can't call themselves a tech company in my mind. But it's back to, there's always different parts of the life cycle of any given asset. There's the design part where we offer a lot of services there, and that's a mix, because as an industry, we're still very risk averse. It's a highly critical, safety critical industry. And I use this word purposely, unleashing black box AI into that. That's not the right way to go about things, right? There's still, when you think about these large language models, where were they trained? They scrape the internet for information. A lot of the information on how we operate and maintain our assets, it wasn't put on the internet. Right. It lives in-house. So what we go back to the drawing board and say, simulation is having this revival, and it's not just specifically from Kongsberg, but these physics-based models. And I really liked what Jensen Huang said last year, where the next wave of AI, industrial AI, is about understanding the physical world. And this is where that hybrid mix of inertia, momentum, all of this stuff you can simulate using physics is becoming really important. That happens in the design phase. So that blend we do offer with our own tools, but we also offer it through third parties. And I think that is very key for having gray box or explainable AI and how we actually design and build our processes. When it comes to return of investment, we hear a lot about that. You can kind of spin this a little bit different, return on value. On the operations side, it's happening. You see this in multiple areas, like in cement, as we mentioned already, taking out 2 to 3% on these smart kilns. On steel, just understanding the core temperature of these rollers. You've been able to take about 4 or 5% energy efficiency out of there, and this is something where I see happening in pockets, but not really being shared. And that's one of the core principles of digital. It's about being open, about sharing this, and I feel that's a little bit lacking. Mm-hmm. It's kind of a collective hurdle we have to overcome. Yep. This isn't a problem just for India or Europe. It's a world problem. So more and more these what people consider a competitive advantage should be shared inside organizations, and that's what digital is really good at.
That's a fantastic segue into the next question. I really wanted to ask the fellow panelists, saying, do you see a lot of cross-sector collaboration? Do you genuinely see fertilizer, oil and gas, cement, etc., sharing good practices, or as Shane pointed out, most of us keeping it hidden, saying competitive advantage for ourselves? Are you seeing, and could you share some examples of what you're seeing for cross-sector collaboration in India, outside India? Would be delighted to hear your views. Raj, Amit.
I can start. I think the cross-sector collaboration has to happen, especially on the digital side. I'll give an example in this space. We, as Honeywell technology licensor, we provide licensing to multiple different technologies, whether it's a refining sector or petrochemical sector or other areas, and connecting those process units that are operating at any different part of the world is important. And the reason for that is, once you connect those units, you get a lot of data, and we talked about how data is important there. But then using that data to help our customers operate the plants much more efficiently, because we are the ones who develop the technology, we are the ones who actually have the inherent process models assigned with it. But now you're not only connecting one process unit, but if you think about entire refinery, that includes not just one asset in terms of one particular refining, but you have petrochemicals, but then you have utilities, but then you have other parts of the network there. Connecting all of that stuff and getting the data and then harmonizing the entire plant is what the name of the game is right now. And within the last 5 years back, when we actually talked to our customers about connecting the units and getting the data and helping them operate efficiently, there was a lot of pushback. Today, I don't really have to do that. Okay. Customers are actually asking us to be able to get this connected and get this data to us so that they can help us. We can help them. And we have seen a lot of improvement in that space. And that's where I think a lot more cross collaboration can happen in making it much better. Within the last 2 years, we have connected about 1,000 process units. Wow. By December last year, we did our 1,000th process unit connection. Well, connection is not only connection, getting the data and helping the customers in operating it efficiently. That's where we talk about a lot of decarbonization using new technologies, but decarbonization using AI, because you can operate it much more efficiently, is where I think cross collaboration can help significantly.
Thank you, Rajesh. Amit, anything from your side?
Yeah, I think all the industries that are looking at electrification benefit in already that synergies we try to do through our own networks, especially when you get to electrification. As I said, how do you marry the base load with the intermittent renewable load, a renewable generation? And so that is definitely required for chemical, steel, refineries. So that's the electrification and the stable grid strategy. And people are collaborating on that, number one. That's electrons, right? The next is hydrogen. If you want to decarbonize, you have so much of theory on with hydrogen, whether it's steel, whether it's refineries, whether it's chemical, low energy physics. But how do you get the hydrogen at a point that it makes it viable? At $6-7 a kg, it's not viable. Everybody wants to break the threshold of $1 a kg. I think that's where, I would do injustice if I don't talk about the Shanti Bill, where nuclear can be a great strategy world over with the renaissance of nuclear to really get you hydrogen at $1. It provides you steam at high energy, high temperature, but also base load. And to use that, I mean, the best way to produce hydrogen is to crack water, because with electrolysis, the percentage efficiencies are very low. But having said that, the small modular reactors and the large reactors, and what India is embarking on the 100 gigawatt nuclear mission, which adds to the gas economy, the oil economy, the coal, everything else, right? It's not competing. It's all additive. So everybody's looking at how to leverage nuclear in a strategy with private sector now allowed to operate, especially in India after the Shanti Bill. And the third part of collaboration is, at the end of the day, whether you do electrification or hydrogen, at the end of the day, you got to marry the brownfield and greenfield. And that's where the asset life cycle and smart plant strategies work. So we're finding people experiment. Initially people thought this is an IT project. And then they realized IT cannot do justice to this. This is deep process domain, which is integral to where you work. And so they became a completely engineering-led project. And that's also not true. So it's a Venn diagram. And then we invented the word IT, OT. And I think that's the third part where industry must collaborate. It must not look at this is not invented here syndrome. I'm different and they are different. The IT-OT collaboration is a true area where adjacencies, best practices can go and leapfrog cross industry sectors. And if you get the IT-OT right, your electrification and the hydrogen strategies will really yield results on your energy transition and be viable and with tangible outcomes. You don't have to look at subsidies and policies, but you're reinventing your business, rewiring your business. And I think that's where we are trying to facilitate through our own channels of communication and policy levels to get the IT-OT right.
Gentlemen, I would just say thank you very much for your detailed insights, all of you. Really appreciate it. I did notice Cassie walking across. I'm assuming a slipper will come flying our way if you don't evict this stage quickly. But once again, delight, wonderful meeting all of you. Thank you so much, and catch you for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Great. Hello. Very good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us at India Energy Week 2026. And today for this panel, we have a very prominent lineup. We start with His Excellency Ahmed Al-Kabi from UAE's Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure. Then we have Mr. Prince Dhawan. He's the Executive Director at REC. Then we have Mr. Naveen Srivastava from Power Grid Corporation of India. And then finally, Ms. Suman Chandra. She's the Director at Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. And before I begin with the topic and topic of the discussion, I just wanted to share a few stats with you. So at Bloomberg NEF, what we do every year is we try to understand and calculate how many dollars are going into energy transition industries every year. And energy transition industries includes power, electric vehicles, grids, and emerging and mature renewable energy technologies. Overall, what we found is that in 2025, $2.3 trillion were invested in the energy transition business. A bulk of it went to the electric vehicle industry, but on the power side, a lot of investments went into the grids as well as renewable energy generation. So out of that $2.3 trillion, which is roughly 8% up from last year, about $500 million was spent on the grid investments as well. So around $500 billion was spent in building grids. It is up slightly because many governments are trying to raise and build more grids, and then the equipment prices have also increased a little bit in the past. So that is leading to some increase in investments overall. But India at this moment is at an inflection point. We already have grid, which is getting 15% intermittent energy from renewables. This year we are expected to cross 300 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel energy capacity, and the target is to take it up to 500 gigawatts by 2030. So it is clear that there is a big push towards having more renewables and more energy transition businesses play a bigger role in meeting India's energy needs, but the grid part is still where there needs to be some more development to take place. And that is what we are going to talk about over here on this panel. So to kick it off, I'll first ask Ms. Suman a question on the on the grid side. So let's start with the big picture, overall big picture over here. So with the rise of this intermittent renewable energy, which I said is already meeting 15% of our energy needs, how will India manage the high renewable penetration as we go further? Because 5%, 10% were fine, 15%, this is where we are starting to see some level of involvement of other technologies. And then as we go deeper, we will need to innovate. So what is happening? What do we plan to do?
So congratulations to India. We have renewable energy. It is variable, and by that very definition, it provides you an opportunity to look at the ailment of the power sector de novo, right? Otherwise, we would not have looked at our grid is old. It is not amenable to, the penetration of different fuels. We have issues to ramp up our game in digitalization, modernization of this infrastructure. We cannot forever sit on the legacy infrastructure. So therefore, I feel this is an opportunity, a huge opportunity and a huge lesson that India sits on. We have 50% non-fossil. And we have already started off how, when certain energy, which is economically making sense today and is easily deployable, is out there but the grid is not able to keep the pace. The transmission is not able to keep the pace, and therefore we are suffering curtailments, right? You have majority of the generation center of the renewable energy in the west and the southern side, and you have the load centers on the eastern side and the northern side. So therefore, what is the solution? What is the big picture? The big picture which is emerging for India is this, that our energy demand continues to grow at a very impressive pace of 5% as our GDP continues to grow at an impressive 7 to 8%. And we sit on a huge potential of using all the energy sources that we are endowed with. Luckily, we have coal, of course, led with emissions. We'll have to drive down those emissions. Luckily, sitting on a huge solar capacity that can be harnessed for, amplifying our economic growth. And then we have now battery storage, which has cost parity. And that will solve, as of course, our transmission ramps up, the energy issues for India, and the big picture is promising.
Okay. And there's also a lot of discussion about nuclear energy. Could you throw some light on that, its role in...
Yeah. So there's perpetually this worry about meeting the base load. Currently, coal continues to meet our base load, but we have global pressures of driving down our emissions, and therefore the base load has to shift to a more cleaner, fuel source. So I think the panel which was before us, the gentleman very articulately explained the Shanti Bill. We are moving towards 100 gigawatt of nuclear deployment that is lined up in the 2047 Viksit Bharat scenario, and there are policy ramp up for facilitating the SMRs. So nuclear is going to play an important supporting baseload role as we go forward.
Thank you. So with that brief introduction, I think let's straight away call upon Mr. Naveen Srivastava. And sir, from the PGCIL's perspective, there is a plan to invest about $110 billion to enable more renewables on the grid. So could you tell us a little bit about how is Power Grid operationalizing these advanced technologies to meet the power demand, flexibility, and load flows in the future?
Thank you. Thank you, Shantanu. Thank you, IEW, for inviting me for this discussion. See, India is moving in a very fast growth. You can see that, peak demand in the 10 years, it has almost become doubled. And similarly, you see that at present where we are working, that not only the demand is increasing in a very high phase, what Madam is also telling 5%, 10%. And similarly, there is a renewable penetration. Both has to come together. We have to see how we are doing it. As per National Electricity Plan, around 1.07 billion, we are going to invest in transmission sector for taking the renewable resources to the consumers. So how to do it? Because renewable is basically in the different parts, maybe in Rajasthan, maybe in Gujarat, maybe in Telangana, but the load is whole for it. So transmission plays a very major role. And that transmission, initially we used to be in 2005, it is for the growth. Now it is bidirectionals. Now we have to see that even the transmission is having less inertia. So we have to see that the grid which is coming, it is robust, it's resilient. It is also, automatic. It is to be modernized. So these things which has coming up, not only transmission line which is coming up, we have to see that how to control the voltage. So another additional part like synchronous condensers, SVCs, then these are, because STATCOMs, they becomes the important part of the transmission line for making it that. As far as Power Grid is concerned, we have both the parts, new plants, which is almost $1.5 lakhs rupees works in progress. And we have a legacy of almost 287 substation having almost 1,81,000 circuit kilometers, which we have to maintain also. So these are the two things which you are doing. So what the Power Grid is moving to in this direction is, not only we are bringing a new transmission line, new corridors, maybe in HVDC form or 765-400, but also modernizing our old systems. We are going in a modernization, digitalization in a very high level. We are going with the, see that the grid, our grid becomes totally automative, not only for, health indexing, but also for decision making also. So whatever the best available in the world, like in substations, world first, process-based substation in 765 kV level, India has brought it. It is in Navsari in Gujarat. Similarly, as far as transmission line is concerned, the first transmission line pilot project for the dynamic line loading, which is very important to use the same corridors to take the power. That also we have done it. We are going in the modernization way in the, operation and maintenance AM, that we are going for vegetation management, that through that transmission line. We are having a availability of 99.85 above, which we are continuing, and we are coming with the best available technology in the world. We are coming with the asset performance management also. This is you will see in next 2 years, it will be one of the part of that. So grid modernization is also an important role other than the grid integration.
Thank you, sir. And you spoke about automation of the grids. And I have a question on the security part of it, but I'll come to that in a while. But meanwhile, I would like to bring you, Your Excellency, into the discussion, and especially from UAE's perspective, like during the COP in Dubai, there was a big target of tripling the renewable energy capacity of of UAE. And with that target in mind, what do you think are the major challenges from the grid side that could come up in enabling such a transition, especially as you are seeing a lot of investments and demand coming from the AI industry, AI data centers, as well as electric vehicles in the kingdom?
Thank you very much, Shanta, for this very important and strategic, actually, questions. But before I go more for the feedback, I would like to give just very high-level brief about the UAE system related to the energy. Energy transition in UAE is not new. It is started long time ago. But what is new with UAE, how we can be more creative and innovative for facing any challenges to be solved. So we started in 60s with the oil, then we moved with the gas in 70s. 2006 with the renewable through our international company Masdar, and then with fully commissioned nuclear 5.6 gigawatt in 2024. With, of course, the wind started around 100 megawatt in 2023, and it will be double in coming years. In addition to that, we have the hydropower, around 250 megawatt, which will be coming soon. So this is basically the energy mix what we have. Currently, we have around 7.2 gigawatt of the solar. And this volume, it will be tripling in 2030, and we are targeting actually to reach not less than 23 gigawatt in 2031. So this is very brief, the landscape for the energy mix in UAE. So going back to your questions, which is very, very important. Actually, of course, there is a challenges, but always there is a solutions. What we see, I have two main important points. The one related to the grid flexibility and stability with all these penetration and the renewable. As all you know that the renewable, especially solar and wind, it is variable and non-dispatchable. So every time the renewable increase, there will be, it needs more maintaining the stability, frequency, and the voltage, and which make the more complex to be treated. What we did in UAE as the key actions, we are now advancing the grid code in UAE, and also we deploy heavily the AI for all related AI demand forecasting and load management. And just one most important thing that I would like to highlight. Last year in January, we tender a very strategic project, and actually it is very unique one globally, where we are going to produce 5.2 gigawatt of the solar and around 19 gigawatt hours related to the batteries, and only 1 gigawatt for the transmission. So we will be able to produce the power from the renewable, the solar, 24 hours, which can enhance the stability of the grid itself. Another important point also for what we see the challenges, but of course there is action already taken, is dispatchable capacity balancing. So with all this massive deployment of renewable, there will be, of course, time, morning, evening, seasonable, variable, that the outcome of the renewable, it will not match the demand. So what we did as action in UAE, we tried to provide the hybrid solar with batteries to provide the stability for the grid itself through the CCGT. And also, as I mentioned at the beginning, we will announce the hydropower electricity to be provided around 250 megawatt. That will give us support for the stability for the system. In addition to the network grid with the cross-border countries through the GCCIA or the potential project with India. In addition, we have also UAE national demand side management. So there is a challenges, as I mentioned, but also there is always a solution to manage the stability and the flexibility of the grid.
And the answer is in supersizing.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So I liked what you say, that there are problems, but these problems have a solutions. They are not something that is totally insurmountable. So one of the challenges that we often see in big infrastructure projects is financing. So I think maybe let's touch a little bit about some of the market friction activities and financing aspects of the grid investments. So Ms. Chandra, bringing you into the discussion, so these transmission upgrades, energy storage projects, and digitalization of the grid, these are all very capital intensive projects. And these are generally not visible, like your power generation asset is very clearly visible, but other things, they remain unnoticed. So in such a scenario, what policy or financial innovations do you think are needed to crowd in long-term private capital into these sectors?
That is very clear.
Sorry, that was a question to Ms. Chandra, but
okay.
But sir, you are also,
okay.
please.
No, it's okay.
So what investors look at once they are making an investment decision is risk and the long-term trajectory and a policy stability. So once you give a signal, and you couldn't have had clearer signals from a country like India. Mm-hmm. We've never been a climate denier. Trajectory of our net zero lined up till 2070. We have our short-term goal lined up till 2030. We have Viksit Bharat framework lined up till 2047. That gives a very smooth investment policy signal framework. Now, what kind of finance do we want to funnel in? And we have not been able to. There are different numbers. Bloomberg puts almost like 190 to 200 billions per year that is supposed to be invested in the renewable energy sector alone if we have to meet our 2030 goals. So therefore, like, we need a lot of mezzanine finance, a lot of blended finance. We need a lot of patient capital that has to come into India. But as we go forward, we shouldn't be giving confused signal to the market about any segment of the power sector, be it our traditional thermal, oil and gas, be it renewable energy, or the upcoming, nuclear. There has to be space for all these fuels to grow, and that policy environment and financial stability and risk hedging should be made available.
Okay. Any particular solutions on the policy front? Like, we have a good, strong structural framework
Yeah, we have strong structural framework, and we have a lot of supply side and demand creation that is being taken care by the government in terms of big schemes being announced and offtake being ensured. I know, like, the elephant in the room for renewable energy sector, probably which you might want me to address, would be 42 gigawatt of PPAs not signed. But let me tell you, that's not a renewable energy de-acceleration story. If at all it talks about is that we are pivoting to a phase now where we are not looking at very vanilla kind of installments. We are maturing. We are maturing in a way that we look at things from a more tariff rationalization point of view. We look at things from a more infrastructure systems approach in the power sector as a whole. And that's a good signal to the market for investment-friendly infrastructures to come up.
Got it. Mr. Srivastava, did you want to comment on that part, on how do we bring in more capital to the grids industry?
That is okay. I was also telling that whenever we want to bring a private sector into, we see that it is bankable, and it is clearly they see that there is some profit is coming out of that. That is a point which is, and tariff bans, competitive bidding in transmission sector is one of the great achievements there. That I'm seeing that in whatever the biddings are coming up, almost in one of the biddings and 10 or 11 parties are quoting. So they are coming up within that. You can see the BSS, quote has come out, which is, 1.7 paisa. This is where we can see that private owners wants to come in this area in transmission sector.
Got it. Well, Mr. Dhawan, thank you for being patient with me, but I would like to bring you into the discussion now as well. We heard some of the challenges, but from your perspective, what are the primary bankability hurdles that you see in renewable projects currently? And then, REC is also the nodal agency for PM Surya Ghar Yojana. So how is REC simplifying credit for residential rooftop projects? So if you could comment both on the utilities part, what are the main hurdles, and then how are you simplifying the rooftop projects as well?
Well, thank you, Shantanu, and thank you for inviting me and having me here. From the perspective of a financer like REC or our sister organization, parent organization rather, PFC, I would probably remark bankability is a question, as Madam had rightly said, of risk and return. So let's first talk about the risks. How do we look at some of the risks that have recently started to emerge? So one of them for sure being the PPA signing risk, which he addressed. But from a banker's perspective, it is a risk nonetheless. So if I put capital on a project and the PPA is not signed or not honored, or there are renegotiations, so that becomes one of the major risks for the renewable sector. The other second risk that we also have seen emerging is lack of transmission and evacuation capacity. So if a project is, even with a signed PPA, not able to deliver because of cancellation on those accounts, then that severely impacts the sentiment in the sector.
Mr. Srivastava, I would love to get your view on this after Mr. Dhawan is done.
Right, hold that thought.
Lack of transmission.
Hold that thought for a minute before Mr. Srivastava comes in. The third important risk factor is also in terms of the kind of provisioning norms that are mandated in the ecosystem here today. And for instance, you need to have some amount of 75% of land or 50% depending on what kind of model you are adopting for a particular project. You need to increase your provisioning in case the COD gets delayed, even if the delay is within the acceptable timelines. So these are three very, very key compartments of big risks that we see in the renewable sector today. And the fourth one is also uncertainty still around generation capacity because of the vagaries of so many other factors that may not be in your control. and there could be curtailment risk by the grid. The grid curtails you down, the weather curtails you down. So there could be many things, and as Chandra madam rightly said, so time is up for vanilla projects now. You need to come up with FDRE, fixed and dispatchable. You need to come up with new innovations to address this risk profile. On maximizing the return part, so because there are two aspects to everything. So about viability is about risk and return. So on maximizing the return part, as we were just hearing, the bids have become more and more competitive. There are multiple players coming in. Some bids we saw recently were extremely disruptive and extremely low cost. So I feel that there is little wiggle room there now, because that is purely a market-driven play, and that would be left to the forces of the market there. But I think stability in terms of policy certainty is one thing that can maximize returns to some extent from a banker's perspective. That was part one of
Yes,
your question. Right,
second part was on how is REC helping build more rooftop projects.
Right. So about the part two for the rooftop solar. See, rooftop solar is a different challenge because it is small scale financing at small financing, but at scale. So we need volumes, but the quantum is small. So I would say standard would be a 2 lakh rupee loan or slightly less than that, and then some amount of that is compensated with subsidy, etc. But you need volume in that. So how REC in tandem with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy works on this project is we have standardized the processes. We have standardized the way you approach banks to get credit. The rates are fairly affordable, between 5 to 6%. In fact, the dispersal, the sanctioning and the dispersal are all digital. Minimal visits, physical visits to any sort of bank branch. In fact, recently we are also experimenting in some areas with 0 visits to the bank branch at all. So it's completely end-to-end digital. So you standardize the process, you immediately disperse the subsidy, so that hits the loan account and increases the viability of the loan. So those are some ways in which REC and MNRE are working together to address the issues. I would say to just expedite the progress of the installation of the scheme from the financing perspective.
Got it. Well, Mr. Srivastava, there was a comment about projects getting delayed because transmission capacity is not available.
One thing I could tell you, when the projects are coming in, there is always, when the projects come, they come with the challenges. One is the factor is, there are 2-3 things. One is the ROW, everybody knows. Whenever we are constructing a transmission line or HVDC lines, from certain areas, it's nobody will give you as a, red carpet, they will not come. There will be problems. But there is, government is coming with a lot number of policy. Now it is streamlined also. They have increased the, compensation rates and all. It is becoming important. And now the timeline also, it is getting reduced because you can see that renewable generations are coming either in Rajasthan and, Gujarat. There is a limited corridor to bring the lines from there also. So there are land issues, ROW issues. There are challenges, but I don't feel it is going to have any sort of, congestion like status. Lot of lines are coming up. You can see the way the lines are coming up. Even in 24 months or nowhere in the world you will see that the lines are coming in 24 months as India is coming up. Of course, there are challenges, there are issues which we all have to come out with the policy as well as with the execution part.
Got it. And so we also spoke about the rooftop projects, but do you think that if we have too many rooftop projects, would that create some disturbance on the grid side, especially if we don't know which projects are these, what capacities are these? And I'm coming from the background that there are certain distribution companies in Southeast Asia that I also look at, wherein the DISCOM doesn't have any idea how many rooftop projects it has on its distribution area. And that can, create some misalignment in terms of planned demand versus what the actual demand on the grid. Do you think it's something that can be solved in India's context?
To me.
Yes, sir.
I tell you, when a demand side management is there, it is always better for the grid. There is no doubt in that. So demand side management is coming up, and it is going to, because whenever renewable integrations come out, it comes with another challenges, which I was telling in my first this, we have to see that the voltage profile and all, it's getting disturbed, because initially there used to be a thermal stations, their rotors and turbines, they used to help in inertia. They were the demand side, generations were there in different places, but now the renewable is in a certain places. We have to come out from Rajasthan to Odisha or to eastern part. So there will be a point of that, but I can tell you these factors are getting nullified by bringing new technologies like STATCOM and all, which is helping in the, grid stability as well as. So resilience is very good. I can tell you how Power Grid is maintaining 99.85% availability. You can see that almost Power Grid 60 to 65% line have not even tripped single time in whole year. So this is the way, and we are having the best, availability in the, as if you see in the world also. Our outage rate is also 0.27. It is one of the above our international standards.
Got it. And talking about, the maintaining high levels of reliability, I would want to touch upon the cybersecurity angle as well. Like, given how the risks with cyber threats, and we have had known examples wherein some malicious groups were trying to introduce malwares in various parts of the power system. So in such a scenario, how do we deal with cybersecurity to ensure that we have a secure, reliable, and resilient grid?
I tell you that is okay. Whenever distillations comes, it's come with another cybersecurity risk. But I'm telling you, it is a requirement of the day. I can tell about Power Grid. We are maintaining almost 287 substation and 181,000 kilometers of around 5 gigawatt of MVA capacity. This is only possible when we have to digitalize the system. Because at present, I can say that 30 terabyte data is coming up. So once the new substations are by 2030 and all, we are going to touch around 330 substations. So this is expanding and all. So there is no doubt digitalization and modernization, automation is a requirement of the day. We have to do it. And we are doing it also. Of course, cybersecurity is one of the aspects which we have to see it. I can tell how Power Grid is working. Power Grid, I can tell you in a 4 major. First of all, we will go in the design sector also, design part, that how cybersecurity we are doing it. I can tell you, we have a OT system separate, IT system separate. We have our own company, there's a PowerTel, which is operating optical fibers, and they are being used for the OT. So OT and IT are totally not connected. That is in the design part we have done. Secondly, in the operation part, we are having security operation centers also. It is not only for IT, for OT also, which is 24 hours maintained. Even UNMS also there, we are seeing that the data which is in the communication part also being monitored. Any intrusion, it is trying to that. We are totally separated the IT and OT system and operation also. Digitalization, we are telling you that we are doing it in a large manner. It is health indexing as well as for the performance management, we are doing it. So these are the things we have to be best, firewalls we have to see. We are continuously doing the audits also. We are continuing, we are red tapping also doing it. We are trying to intrude ourselves also to see that our system is very strong enough. We are being monitored by, Government of India, CSERT, as well as NCIPCs. Whatever their policies are there, their frameworks are there. We are 100% we are maintaining. We are having advisory boards also. That keep on telling us what is the best available in the cyber security, and we are, infusing money for cyber security in the large scale, which is the best part available in the world. I don't say that cybersecurity is not the challenge. It is continuously. As we move, the hackers also move in the same directions and all. But we see that our system should be totally isolated. They should be free from intrusion.
Thank you. And well, Mr. Prince, continuing on the topic of digitalization, so REC is also the nodal agency for the India Energy Stack, which is like a public digital infrastructure. So in simple terms, can you help us understand what this is and how will it enable, let's say, more investment into the power sector? So how does it make transaction easier? How does it enable more smarter financing? Or are there other business models that we can expect to emerge out of this energy stack?
Well, Shantanu, let me first give you the very big picture about technology. I'll just make two important perspectives about how technology is going to shape the development of the power sector and set the narrative in the times to come. So this is perspective one would be that you see it says the era of the electrostate. So the electrostate in the times to come, as we electrify more and more, there is not going to be scarcity of electrons. We see so many generation capacity getting added. What is going to be scarce is coordination at scale. What is going to be scarce is trust, interactions, trustworthy interactions, coordination at scale, and inclusion. That is what is going to be scarce, and countries, electrostates that can manage this coordination using technology are what will actually empower the consumer in the end. The second perspective about technology that I would like to give here is that technology in the new, up till now we have been talking about energy affordability for the consumer. But technology actually would now, in the new welfare state, talk about energy agency and energy income. So till now, energy has been a cost for the households, and it was usually either subsidized or cross subsidies are widely prevalent in the tariff structure. But what technology is going to enable is inclusion and participation and making the households to be able to earn through these rooftop assets that they have. A farmer would be able to earn by shifting his or her storage pump usage on the field at a particular time of point. An MSME will be able to earn by shifting their demand to a particular point of time. So that is what technology will enable. And the India energy stack is exactly doing this. It's essentially standardizing the way and grid entities access each other's data and interact and contract with each other. So let me give you an example. If today I have a solar rooftop on my house, can I and my neighbor is willing to buy it from this energy from me, can I sell it to him? And is that even possible? Can we think of a time where I can actually, sitting in Bangalore, or I have come to Goa and my solar rooftop in my house in Delhi is still generating electricity, can I just sell that electricity to someone in Bangalore? Or maybe can I just gift it to my parents? Can I just give it as a Diwali gift? Here's free electricity for you, mom and dad. That is what the India energy stack is going to enable. This is one use case. There are so many use cases. You spoke about DER integration. How do DISCOMs get visibility into the distributed energy resources? One of them is the solar rooftop, but there are other DER resources. There is EV charging vehicles. They are completely an unmanaged load as of date. How do they interact with the grid? Are there standardized protocols? That is what the India Energy Stack defines. So India Energy Stack is essentially giving the digital rails that will put the consumer at the center of everything. And then you spoke about what this means for new financing models. So this opens up a whole new market. So now this opens up whole new avenues of livelihoods. It gives avenues to energy micro entrepreneurs. So we will see energy micro entrepreneurs coming in the next few years, as soon as in the next few months, I am confident, because you will see people or community assets being monetized by participating in this market, this new market, energy market, and then there will be demand for finance, for startups, for companies that will enter this market, or at least enable small consumers to participate in this market, maybe by AI agents, maybe by AI agencies. So that is a new addressable market that will again open up financing needs for the power sector. So I feel US talks about demand response. Europe talks about flexibility. China talks about control. India, as part of the India energy stack, will talk about inclusivity. India will talk about how an electric grid will not just give power, but it will give income, dignity, and inclusion to the consumers. And that is what India energy stack will enable.
So two different kinds of power to the consumer.
Yeah. Yes, yes, exactly.
Interesting. So how soon do you think I can gift renewable electricity to my friends?
We are excited to tell you that on the 18th of February in the India AI Summit, you will have the first peek at it.
Lovely. Yes. Look forward to that. Ms. Chandra, I would like to bring you into the discussion again. So there are a lot of emerging economies that that have rapid demand growth, but also have weaker grids, and then they often look at India as an example. So what do you think are the lessons that India can teach them, or if teach is a strong word, what they can learn from India, and what they should not learn from India as well?
I'll take the positive first.
Okay.
Well, if we look at how Honorable Prime Minister Modi has constantly steered the Global South leadership, we have ample examples in all domains, including energy, where lessons from India can be learned. If we particularly focus on the clean energy sector, we have massive success in the decentralized renewable energy that is replicable in many of the countries in the Global South. That includes our amazing feat in the agricultural solarization, whether it's replacement of the diesel pumps with the solar pumps, or it's the feeder level solarization itself, which kind of, allows farmer to shift the entire load during the daytime, and now, of course, they can earn also with them in the prosumer mode. You have rooftop solar, each household. See, rooftop solar you have to look at not just from a point of a deployment. It's world's biggest rooftop solar program today, what we are running. And that is essentially to also create a nudge for each household to understand the value of renewable energy and clean energy and demystify it at a household level. So once you demystify it at a household level, that nudge is also replicable. Because once you have demystified it at household level, then the offtake of the peer-to-peer services, which Prince was just amplifying just now, it's more consumable, it's more addressable, it's more palatable to them. Otherwise, it sits as a foreign concept, which is very technical and people can't understand. So these demystification, dejargonization, decentralization, inclusion are the lessons that the Global South or even the other emerging economies can take from India. What they should not learn from India, well, just in the favor of being politically correct, I'll pass that question.
Fair. Your Excellency, we heard about how other countries can learn from India, but why just India? Why not can we learn from UAE? Are there any particular things that you're proud of that you think should be replicated throughout the world?
Actually, we are learning from each other, and we are learning a lot from India. With the UAE, I mean, there is two things very important: the partnership and the technology. And this is within the system of the UAE. And as it has highlighted yesterday through our minister, that UAE opened all the doors for the investor to come. They opened the doors for the partnership to come and for win-win benefit for all. We did actually a number of projects with the private sector related to the energy efficiency. And it was a very interesting project. We invited all the private sector, and we handled a number of government buildings to reduce the cost and do some saving from the consumption. And it was very interesting for the first phase. We saw there is a saving around 27% from the first batch, which is now already in the execution with the private sector, one of the international company. Now we are going to double that amount to go for the second phase. to open the scale of the government building to do more, enhancing in terms of the efficiency of the building. Other things, related to the hydrogen, we are also trying our best to reduce the cost with our partnership, to bring more innovation and creativity, to make it more affordable and available in the market. But since there is creative idea from our friend, and this is excellent things, if you ask me about my opinion, what do you think something to be delivered? I'm thinking about the enhancing the wireless power transfer, more friendly, more efficiently. I don't know if that technology can be delivered, but this is very interesting. I am sure with the fast development of the technology globally, it will become one day to the market. So you can transfer by wireless rather than the cables.
Are there any other such sectors where you would like to see more innovation or more investment in R&D and funding go into?
I think the desalination sector is very important everywhere, not only in the UAE, because this has touched the security of the supply for the people. Especially in our region, we are having the challenges for providing the water. We depend heavily on the seawater. Having such creative idea, development, technology in this part, it will help a lot for the sustainability for the life of people. So desalination is very significant sector to be focused on.
Great. So for the next question, I don't have any particular person in mind, but Mr. Srivastav, Ms. Chandra, either of you. So recently we heard that the power distribution companies are returning to profitability. The ACS ARR gap has narrowed down quite a bit, and that excites me quite a lot, because in the past we have always said that distribution companies are not investing in modernization, not investing in smart technologies because they don't have the money. But now if they are returning to profitability, how do you see this area develop? Do you think that there will be more investments in the smarter things on the grid side? But either of you, both of you?
You can go first.
Actually, I am going to take that question voluntarily, and then Ma'am Chandra and Srivastav sir can add after that.
Okay.
The reason being that REC is actually a nodal agency that ran, one of the two nodal agencies that ran the reformed linked and results enabled revamped distribution sector scheme. And what that scheme was essentially all about was that some investments were made in this upgradation of DISCOM's infrastructure, contingent on them meeting certain performance metrics. So it was a completely results-driven scheme. And as you rightly pointed out, very recently the latest figure shows that in aggregate, the DISCOMs have combined posted a net profit of north of 2,000 crores, whereas just 2 years ago the losses were 5 times that, and even a decade before that they were astronomical. So this turnaround story is actually a story of meticulously identifying the gaps. What are those gaps? So we identified 3 high priority gaps. Identify the areas where you have the highest transmission and distribution losses for the distribution company, so distribution losses for their sector, and change those infra. So maybe upgrade your cables, maybe install more distribution transformers. So as they say, devil is in the details. So, somewhere you may need to shift some lines to underground. So those are the kind of initiatives that happened to plug this first gap. The second gap was clean your books of accounts. So what that means is that maybe there were some backlog of subsidies or some accounts receivables that the DISCOM was having. and those were all cleaned. So the system collectively functioned pan-India to ensure that the DISCOMs could reduce their accounts receivables and get whatever was their rightful due. The third was contingent on corporate governance norms. So introduce better governance mechanisms in the DISCOM, better board functioning, board oversight. So the distribution company functions as a fully corporate entity within the government. And that has been the key stake. And of course, I should not miss out the biggest smart meter program is being run here in India. 16 crore smart meters have already been sanctioned, and north of 5 crore smart meters have been installed, which is some 50 million smart meters have been installed. And what this gives you is a lot of data, and what data brings with it is a lot of insights. And those insights are what are helping DISCOMs to plug those gaps and hence turn profitable. And we hope that this trajectory will continue in the future. There are more reforms in the pipeline, and we hope to see them happening. But yeah, maybe.
Yeah, thank you, Prince, for putting that in perspective. I wouldn't have been able to explain the pivots of the RDSS scheme, which he rightly have now contextualized. See, I take this story with the boulder of salt. Why I say that of course the DISCOM have had a turnaround story, and there is a PAT which has been reported on an aggregate. Yes. But if you look at the disaggregated numbers, you still have that contribution coming in from the privatized DISCOMs. Yes. And many of the government-owned DISCOMs need to up their ante to get where we want to get today. And therefore, the government has thought and is in the pipeline of addressing this by various means. Maybe one of the measures is privatization, because private DISCOMs have performed uber well. Of course, you have, this entire cleaning up of the books, which Prince talked about. DISCOMs and the distribution sector traditionally has been the Achilles heel of the power sector. Yeah. And with RDSS, that has gradually sort of started changing. So even though the turnaround is happening now in the aggregated mode because of the private sector, it does give a replicable example for our state-owned DISCOMs to sort of now think towards how to corporatize their operations. And if they are not able to, then how to let the reins go so that the political tariffs that cause the distress and the generation dues which cause the distress to the DISCOMs, apart from the T&D losses, which are technical in nature, that is how the DISCOMs will have to revamp themselves when we make our systems future ready. And so far, DISCOMs have been unilaterally part of, buying, entities who have just been buying and distributing. They have to now also think about being the energy managers in the next league of our power reforms, where you have so many things coming up. So DISCOMs cannot continue to remain this unilateral flow of operations. They have to be more robust, and not just in their corporate operations, but also in the kind of services from a systems perspective that they are going to provide in the future as we go forward.
Got it. Sure, we have some time.
I am not going to repeat what Madam Chandra and Prinzi has told. That is really, I'll go a little bit back and say how that has come out. It has, initially we were having a problems of, household electrification to the, it has started, so this phenomena started around 20 years back when the APDRP scheme have come, or Deen Dayal Upadhyay, that Gramin, first of all, we have that they have concentrated on let the electricity goes to every household. That was completed. After that, then the RDSS schemes and all come. So the way it was monitored, all DISCOMs was monitored, their performance was seen in all the angles, maybe in the monetary angle, maybe in the performance angle. That was when it has started seeing in that direction. And of course, central government has, helped them in reducing their debt also continuously. That has also helped them. Yes, we will come out. Otherwise, their mind was totally on, managing the debt. But once it has come and they come out, of course, the latest, I can give an example when PowerGrid is doing certain RDSS schemes also. When we done an underground cabling work in, Varanasi, it was in that area, I was knowing that it was having a, losses of around 27-28%. Once that cable was laid out, it has come down in that area. I'm not telling whole Purvanchal, but in that area, it has come down below 10%. It has come down 9%. So that has given a lookout that yes, we can come out with a, technically as well as financially, we can be more profitable. The system is the best part. So of course, these schemes, which is load reduction schemes and smart metering, which is coming up in a large way, it is really helping them, discoms, to be not only a profitable, but also technically a very strong companies. Thank you.
I just want to come in here briefly because we have always looked at Discom's operation from a efficiency point of view. But I would put it out at the open that efficiency is not the only element that Discoms contribute to. There's a huge equity addressing that the Discoms do to provide low-cost, affordable electricity to service our low-income households. So please do not look at only from a unidirectional point of efficiency. Do consider the equity point whenever you look at the profits or losses of the Discoms.
Got it. So we still have some time just to maybe do a one rapid-fire question for everybody. So if I may just ask all of you, starting from you, Ms. Chandra, in just one word, if you could describe what is that you are looking forward to by 2030? Like we discussed so many different things that we are anticipating to see by 2030 or are wanting to see, wishing to see. If there is one thing that you would like to see happen, what would that be?
Maybe we start from His Excellency and then we take it.
What I want to see that we will start to export electricity and export and import electricity rather than the normal traditional. We want to see electricity as a commodity.
Right.
So globally connected together, as it highlighted, one sun, one world, one grid.
Right.
So I think this is very important, and this is what hopefully to be, and we will start with India. We have a jointly project. Hopefully it will come through.
Thank you, Excellency. Mr. Prince?
I would say one word is difficult, but maybe consumer agency, empowerment and choice. So as a consumer, I should be able to decide from where I want to buy, choose the best rates at which I can buy. As a consumer, I should be able to manage my load. And as a consumer, I should have agency in all these decisions. They should not be thrust upon me.
Thank you. Mr. Srivastava?
As PowerGrid has done one word, one frequency, this is the only country working in one frequency. I also see that word will be working in 2030. One word, one sun, one grid, whatever is one grid, I will tell. It is, and we are able to give affordable and quality as well as continuous power to each individual in my country.
Thank you.
For me, just going back to the topic, a welfare electrostate that delivers to its citizen modern, clean energy at the lowest cost.
Lovely. Well, that's all the discussion we have over here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our panelists, and thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
according to what has been communicated to me, it should be 7 years.
You got the presentation?
Yeah.
All good.
So who's...
It's in your favor.
How are you? Yes.
So I've got one presentation. Is it you that's going to be presenting?
I'll be moderating.
Okay. Do you have the presenter? Okay, excellent. And so I'll give you these.
Thank you so much.
The mics.
Perfect.
I'll give you those. And then you've also got the microphones next to the seats. So when you sit down, you're just speaking to this mic here.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So actually what I might do is if I can just show you on these. So this green light's on. And that's it off.
Is on? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining this session, the third in this CBG conference of this IEW 2026. Thank you for coming to this, and for those of you who made it to the morning, know the sequencing of this conference. For those who missed it, we have had a couple of sessions on discussing policies, as well as what we need to be doing to have larger adoption of FOM. This third session now tackles the third leg of this part, which has got to do with technology and innovation, which we believe will be fundamental in making sure that the broader business case associated with CBG becomes positive. The end goal of these three sessions put together is to actually help the government think through whatever is the next version of the CBG policy. And so in some ways, as Mr. Kanuja mentioned this morning, this is about listening. This is actually taking inputs more than just looking at it as presentations. And since we look at inputs and this as a consultation, I would strongly encourage all of you who are sort of sitting, I guess, the traditional backbencher to sort of move forward. We'll be passing around the mic for anyone who wishes to intervene and make comments or give inputs on that. So all of you who have the desire and wish to be speaking, I strongly encourage you to come forward. This is a massive room, and I think this merits a much more intimate conversation around this topic. So whoever is there, please come up. The second is, let me quickly invite all, the people who are on the panel and who will be more of the discussants today onto the stage. Mr. Anil Kumar, Rajneesh Trivedi. First of all, let me invite Additional Secretary Mr. Kanuja to come onto the stage. And then if we could have Anil Kumar, Rajneesh Trivedi, Professor Amit Kumar, Mr. Harshit Agarwal, and Vijay Nirani. Thank you, everyone. And while we have the panelists who have, I'm positive, a very strong point of view on the different matters, and we'll throw it open to them, we really strongly look at you to contribute and intervene as well. I don't want to take up too much time. As we all know, there's a huge impetus and push to make CBG a very, very integral part of our energy fuel and mix, and not just the energy fuel and mix, as we discussed. There's byproducts that can become a part of the larger economic landscape of India as well. But we're obviously, there's a policy out, but there's things that can be done better. And this is a way of us trying to take inputs on that matter. This is focused on innovation and technology. Having said that, there's some of you who didn't get the opportunity to speak this morning. If you feel strongly about it, please do give your inputs on certain other matters as well. We are completely comfortable with that. Before we get on to the panel discussion, we have two presentations that we are going to be doing. I request the presenters to be as brief as possible on around the topics of technology and innovation. We are available to you post this session to collect any other additional inputs. So just so that we can get the thematic out and let people know exactly what we're talking about. May I call upon Dr. Dubash to make the first presentation? Sorry, Dr. Subash. My apologies.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for giving the opportunity. So as the topic is advanced technologies and innovation for mainly the commercial scale biogas plants. See, as you all, if you know that this sector is flourishing now, and we really require new technical or the technologies to be infused with these our projects. Then only the projects will really definitely it will generate the gas, as well as the scale of economics will be there. Actually, we mainly focus on our company, the low carbon fuels, especially bio-CNG at present. Yeah, so I just directly come to the point. So what are the main problems at present in India as per our case studies, and how we can able to come up with the new technologies or the innovations so that the project can generate the required gas. And I want to happily tell you that probably we are the only company generated the gas higher than the design capacity. So on continuous basis, maybe more than 20 TPD gas on continuous basis in Hoshiarpur. It is one of the Reliance projects. Yeah, so I'll just come to the main problem now. See, if you go to any projects, especially the biomass based, there should be a pre-treatment technology. But here, as per our survey, normally people use a normal hammer mill or something to just do the pre-treatment, shred it and feed it. But it will not work because you have to pre-treat your the material that is which has a very high lignocellulosic content. And then if you go to the another way, that is a MSW. The MSW should not be handled like how it has been handling now. So normally you have to go for a technology where you have to feed, it may be a mixed phase, just feed it to the system. The system has to take care. And you need not to do any manual segregation or anything. So that is what actual technology is required. So that we are already showcased. You can visit our one of the project. And similarly, the digester technology in India, that is the most advanced technology at present is required. You can say whatever the digester at present in India, what I saw is mainly a single state digesters. You need to have at least a multi-state digesters with the CSTR technology at least. Then really there will be a what you call probability that you will generate the more gas. So similarly, the agitation technology at present is in India is more than like 200 RPM agitators. Actually, you need to go for laminar agitators, so your production will be more, and then it will help you and it will aid you the process. And similarly, the digester heating systems, like if you go to the parameters like all other things, so you need to come up with this new innovation, new technology, so that you will be in the position to go for the new technologies. And one of the best example at what the initially I said, we have already showcased this kind of technology, and we have produced the gas which is higher than the design. And the major challenge, as I said, actually all the projects, major projects, what we come across is having maybe a no gas or a little gas production. And there is a fundamental design issues in the pre-treatment. That is a major issue. There we have to focus more in the pre-treatment technologies. And you can say the robust system, which is a need of the hour. So if you have the system which can last, see, for example, when we are running our compressors now at present, see, we are running more than 20 hours in a day. Initially, you can say the projects where 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours it was running. Even the compressors manufacturers has the issue now when we are running more than 20 hours. So the innovation is required in every part. And you can say any project, if you go, the digester system is the heart of the system where you need to have the parameters, and it should be all automated parameters you have to go. Then only it is possible for you to minimize the manual intervention, and then you can go for the higher production. Like all these parameters, like right from your pH, CN ratio, and as I said, the OLR rating, HRT, all these things needs to be taken care. And it has to be, you can say, in automated form, not in the manual form.
Dr. Subhash, AS had a question for you very quickly.
Dr. Subhash, good afternoon. I wanted to know the basic contours of your plant, and what is the feedstock, what is the capacity, where is it located, where are you selling, what kind of CBG, what are you selling, whom are you selling to, where is your FOM, LFOM going, are you getting your MDA? So I think technology, obviously you have given the details on the first slide also. If you can just add for a minute, and then we'll be able to appreciate the technological aspects also.
Yes, sir. Yeah. See, actually, our company mainly focuses on the production of, you can say, the CBG plant technology plus the development of projects. We have done a projects based on the MSW, and then based on paddy straw, even the mixed feed, like paddy straw with the all other biomass waste. So you can say, as I said, we are the only plant at present, I can say proudly, that we have showcased the gas production which is higher than the design capacity on continuous basis. So here the main crux here is the pre-treatment. Whatever the plants you go, either it may be biomass based or it may be any of the other things. But here you have to go for a pre-treatment where it is the, you can say, the only part where it converts the undigestible material into digestible material. That means, say for example, if you go to the the plant which is having the more cellulosic content, that you have to digest it. For that, you have to first convert that lignocellulosic into simple sugars. So that is important. So these kind of, you can say, the project, like you can see here, this is one of our plant. You can say inspired by the European concepts. So this is the one plant what we have done for Reliance Industries. We are doing around 14 to 15 projects for Reliance Industries, all 20 TPD output CBG plants. So the design is such a way that you feed the feedstock to the system, then from there it will take care of that.
So what are the stages of construction? Are they all commissioned?
Yes, sir, it is a commission plant.
So
it's running.
20 plants or 15, 20 plants of 20 TPD each.
Yes, sir.
And where is the gas being evacuated?
Sir, actually, in Reliance case, they are going for geo pumps where they have that thing. And remaining, they are going for gas grid injection systems. For example, in Denkanal, they are going for, with, I think, BPCL, where in Ankul to Denkanal pipeline, they are going for injection into a pipeline. So different projects, they are going, some places they are going for LCVs to deliver into the pumps.
I think we'll need this data because we add 20 plants to our database. So we'll take the data separately. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's from Mr. Subhaj. Yeah.
Can we just, if you...
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Let me give you some clearly some small points into it. So basically, the ecosystem what we are developing as far as CVG evacuation is concerned, our CVG GOBP own retail outlets, which is going around 30 to 40% on an average for each and every plant. Balance 60% is going to the CBG CGD synchronization scheme, where we are getting all the supports from the all CGD players across country. Currently, we are planning for around 55 numbers of planning. Around 21 plants has been already commissioned, and average CBG production is around 220 TPD. So we are quite hopeful for the coming 6 months, we will be giving a good kind of a CBG production in India. So as per the second question, what we have asked, that whether the FOM and LFOM, what is the status? Yes, today we are supplying the molecules to the farmer free of cost, and keeping in a view of that the MDA in the current level, and there are various challenges what has been already discussed in the first half, and we are looking forward for our MDA enhancement for FOM and LFOM very soon. There are a couple of other challenges what can be done and discussed separately. Thank you.
Dr. Subhash, is it possible for you to wrap up so we can have
yes,
Gaurav also give
thank you. So this is a plant where we have showcased, and even Reliance has given the gold trophy to us. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Subhash.
Thank you.
Gaurav, can I have you come and take the mic?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I will take exactly 3 minutes and 3 messages I want to give. So can I have the presentation, please? So before the presentation is up, so normally in biogas field, especially from the technology perspective, we talk a lot about the German biogas plant. And there is a success story. Indian Biogas Association has got a tie-up with German Biogas Association. So normally when you talk about innovation, by default we think about the technical innovation, but all the time we should consider technical, financial and social. So when you talk about German plant again, so many times we have said this, again I am repeating, that technically fine. So whatever we can do, we should do. We'll come to the slide and perhaps I will talk about it. But in Germany, if you see, most of these plants are owned by the farmers, and these farmers, they stay over there. The plant owner, in other words, they are there at the plant and taking care of the plant. And here in India, in most of the cases, we want to run the plant by remote control. So think about it. I'm not saying that we should do this or we should do that, but while copying anything, we should keep the whole scenario in mind, or I mean, elephant as a whole we should consider. That is point number 1 from my side. Second, from the technical side, we, instead of jumping to the conclusion and talking about any technology or anything, I think we should ask the right question. to us as far as the plants are concerned. So we have listed down few of the questions. We'll show it to you. But it's very important because if we go to Europe, they don't have so-called, this paddy straw as such. If you go to Europe, the segregation system or MSW is very different than what we have over here. So we need to be very, very clear from this question's perspective. Let's be very particular. I don't know if somehow. Okay. So we need to be very particular as far as the questions are concerned. Somehow I'm not able to operate it here. Maybe next slide if you can change it. Yeah. So right from the pre-treatment to the digestion part to the upgradation part, and then further on when you talk about the downstream side, it's very important that we understand the intricacies and ask the right question. And again, I'm not giving you the solution over here. I'm just trying to throw light on the right question. For example, we all talk about the fermented organic manure. Of course, we can keep supplying, but it's a demand-driven thing. I repeat, it's a demand-driven thing as far as the fermented organic manure is concerned. If in market there is a demand of PROM, I would like to go for the PROM in that very local market. I come to the next slide. I think a lot has been talked in the previous as well. Subhash talked about the technology, etc. So I'm not going into it, but at each and every stage, we need to see what are the right steps, if there are losses, why there are losses, what can we do. And again, I'm talking about the right questions again and again. Fertilizer is very interesting, and Dr. Shukla, our president, when he was in MNRE, he coined the word biogas fertilizer plant. And this is what we also believe in. I think this is where we need to come together and try to make sure that biogas plant as a whole becomes profitable. Well, I will skip this. Now third minute is running. So one of the third message, in fact, is that still we need more push as far as the biogas sector is concerned. In management, you talk about this push-pull concept. I personally teach in IIM Ahmedabad as well. So we need a lot of push. So here is one of the analysis where we try to study the cost factor. This is almost on the maximum side. Depending on feedstock, depending on a lot of things, still interest, etc. have not been, they have not been considered in this. But even at high level, if we see, we say that between 40 to 70 rupees, anything can happen. So let's talk about the 70 rupees right now. Still, we need this viability gap funding, especially to streamline the sector so that the pull factor, which will come ultimately from the market side, that we can see. So to conclude, of course, biogas is a local phenomena. I would rather say hyper-local phenomena, especially from the feedstock perspective and from fermented organic manure perspective. Keep that in mind. And the social part, you have to really consider that whenever you talk about this sector. And last but not the least, this viability gap, which we need to look into. With this, thanks a lot. I think my 3 minutes are over.
Let me quickly throw this open to the panel. Thanks for actually setting the stage, both Dr. Subhash and Gaurav. This session is a little bit about innovation and technology. And so there's one part about technology, but the other part is also about innovation. I want to throw it open to the panelists, and maybe Anilji will start with you. First of all, for BPCL, why is this relevant, important, and what is it that you're doing in terms of technology and innovation that can help?
Yeah, a bit of echo. So BPCL, CBG, it's obvious. We are into CGD segment. We have 52 CGD CGDs. So which is almost, we are the second largest CGD company. So a lot of blending obligation, which is something like 30 plants which we need to do. But what is not so obvious is that the BPCL's largest net zero mitigation measure is CBG. Almost 30% of our mitigation has to come from CBG plants, which means around 300, 400. Strategically, what we are doing is that a 50-50% approach, 50% own investment and 50% through JV companies. That is what we are adopting. And to the specific question, what is that we are doing on innovation and what we are looking at? See, as Subhash said, it's a complicated process. See, actually CBG is nothing but a living biological ecosystem. It's not a plant. It's more of a biochemistry thing. So it has got 4 processes. To be very short, hydrolysis, you need pH 5 to 6. And at the end, methanogenesis, you need pH 7 to 8. So which means that, I mean, these are the places where the organic material actually grows well. So you're seeing that you're in a different, the requirements are different for different processes, which is happening in one kettle. We are right now working with one startup where it is actually split. The 4 processes are split into 2. The first, hydrolysis and acidogenesis in one vessel, and the balance 3 in 3 separate vessels. At lab scale, we are seeing good results. We are working with them. If that technology can, in fact, do wonders. Apart from that also, the other factor what we've started talking to is to try to, like there are, even though we have, we have pipeline connection schemes coming up, but there are still plants which are coming up very, very remote to pipelines where connectivity is not an issue, not very feasible. So there, liquefaction is an option. So liquefaction is very, very energy intensive. Minus 162 is very, very energy intensive. So we're looking at, from the biogas, liquefaction, can we separate the H2S, CO2, as well as liquefy this so that there is a relative better economy. These are few areas which we really find challenging. There are many things I think, has been spoken about. This is a focus of BPG. We are very serious on CBG. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rajneeshji, anything that you see in terms of the innovations and technology development in digesters that is going to help the industry?
No, sure. So, look, one of my message here is that, we've been already operating 2 MSW plants in the country. We are already treating around about 425 tons of municipal solid waste across 2 plants in Goa. One of the plants has been running successfully for the last 9 years. Now, I think while there has been a lot of discussion about technology, where is the technology, we need to adopt technology, I certain times ask myself that are we really looking for technology? Or technology is a myopia or a mirage we are chasing? If you ask me, technology already exists in India. Technology is already there in India. I think if you ask me personally, my view would be, it's not about finding technology. It's the question is that are we willing to adopt technology? Honestly, that's what my assessment is, that after handling one plant for 9 years, where it has worked continuously 365 days, even during COVID, if a plant like this can be run, why not other plants can do the same thing? And now when I'm talking about my plant, it's not about me. It's about replicating similar plants across the country. Look, we are at a juncture where this sector can go miles. We are already looking at around about, 50 BCM of global biogas and biomethane production. Unfortunately, 80% of that, or majority of that, can be done in economies like India and China. We are at a cusp where we can translate this industry into a mega powerhouse. In India alone, if you see the biomethanization potential or the biogas potential which is there, is equivalent to 160% of my natural gas requirements, which basically means that today, if this entire house is put in order with respect to, CBG, we can meet all our, natural gas requirements out of the country.
I think that's, if I may just interrupt, I think that's the objective of the government as well. The potential is well understood. There's a lot of points that are being made that, there's a lot of support that the government can give. This was a little bit about saying, okay, is there some technology levers that need to come in the picture as well? And do we need support from the government on that as well? We'll come back to you. Maybe Professor Amit Kumar, anything that you've seen globally that's different, innovative, where technology is playing a key role, and then what can the Indian government do as well?
Yeah. For me, I think the key aspect is that we talk about the conversion and the technology is here. But I agree with the previous speaker in terms of the technology is there. It will improve and continuously improve. The way we should look at this is in terms of, any biogas production or, compressed biogas production. The key component of what is the cost of producing it, the front end in terms of the collection, then you have the conversion, and then you have the utilization. The whole chain needs to be looked into perspective. We talk about conversion technologies here. What about the collection technology itself? I mean, this is a typically water-based technology that we do. Can we do these feedstock transportation through a long-scale pipeline in form of slurries, which will reduce dollar per ton per kilometer cost? Some kind of innovation in terms of the front end. It is also in terms of the end, I would say. So technology conversion, we talked about it, but also at the end, when you are producing CO2, can we take out that CO2? Can that be a CDR technology, which will give you some incentives in terms of carbon dioxide removal? So the whole chain perspective is critical in terms of making this go forward.
So, I really hear you. So I think what you're pointing out is let's not focus just on the conversion. See, at the end of the day, I want to lay the stage a little bit, let's be tighter. At the end of the day, we're saying there's a viability gap funding required. Really, the way to incentivize industry from the government side as well is to make sure that it is going to be continuous improvement, because money is not unlimited. And the question here is, what role does industry see in terms of what role can technology play, and what innovation can you do eventually to bring the gap down as well? Because otherwise, there's really no incentive. Vijay, you have more on-the-ground experience. Any thoughts on that?
Thank you so much, and thank you for having us here. We run one CBG plant in Karnataka, and we're setting up 4 more. It's in advanced stage, which will be commissioned maybe in the next 3 months. We'll have 90 tons of gas being generated. I think my whole effort in the next 1 minute is to convince the oil marketing companies, also the government, that what you have done is phenomenal. The policies that you have laid out is very good. We only have to make the right use of it. I'll give you my case, for example. The only mistake that we are doing is we are trying to generalize the whole CBG story. We are trying to put paddy straw, napier grass, MSW, press mud, spent wash, and we're trying to give a business case that's common for all. Ethanol was a very big success because ethanol, there was a differentiation. There was molasses, there was syrup, in molasses there were 2 kinds. Only because of that differentiation, ethanol was a disruptor. We achieved a 10-year goal and 5-year goals. In the same thing, when I consume press mud or when I consume spent wash, I have got 3 products to sell. Adding CO2, I've got 4 products to sell. So that gives me 4 revenues, sources of revenue. Whereas if I do it from paddy straw, I only have 1 source of revenue. And my capex on paddy straw is much higher. So if we understand the unit economics of the business, it is very, very simple. So I echo with what everybody said. There is no technology involved in this. This is basic 10th standard science, if you ask me. It's digestion, it's purification. The only point is, if we try and understand unit economics, LFOM, there's a phenomenal subsidy already given by the government. There is a DPI scheme that is given. There's a CBG, CGD synchronization scheme given. There is a aggregation subsidy given already. We genuinely have everything that we require. We have to simply put all the right levers in the right place and start operating.
Thanks, Vijay. I think that's quite, refreshing to hear. You're saying all the heads are covered. We now need to make sure that there's a differentiated treatment along different levels. Harshit, any thoughts from your side? What do you see across the board from your vantage perspective? What's going on in the world that we can learn from as well?
Thank you. So I'm Harshit Agarwal. I'm Senior Gas Specialist at the World Bank, and we've been partnering with the ministry from the early on and providing technical and financial support, initial grant funding to see how we could support the, very unique policy, as my previous speakers have said. I can't agree more. This is CBG's story, in terms of potential, everybody has known. But in terms of it's also India for the world, I can see that, right? Because it's a very unique opportunity which India has. It's a sustainable gas story, taking India from 6% to 15% of gas. So it'll add on to that. Without adding a lot more, I do see globally it's like, we are always asked, even when we are working in India, what are the lessons from the world to see in India? And there could be many, but I would say that probably the CBG story would be the India for the world. So people say, okay, what was done in India? I could talk more about financial innovations, which other colleagues have talked about. I agree with the panelists before, very well said. We have all the key levers on technology around us. It's about this implementation. It's about these unlocking, these policy behaviors which have been very good, and how do we kind of leverage those to unlock those. And I have some thoughts on financial aspects which I can share, because I do see that there are unlocking to be done on that end. But otherwise, technology, implementation, the partners from OMCs, all of that is really a good story for the world, really.
Fantastic. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to get the audience involved very quickly, and I'll make it quick. So is there any thoughts, questions, comments from anyone in the audience? And I'm getting nasty signals, if I would call them that, but let's get it.
Yeah, I'm having the data from the portal, and out of 113 plant running, having capacity of 784 ton, production is only 195 ton. I found the region. What is the region? I got the region of 79 regions of the 79 plant. 18 plant because of the feedstock issue, 23 plant because of maintenance and technology issue, and then ramp up is 24. So I'm combining this under ramp up and technology almost 50%. And every day I'm listening prime entrepreneur brothers, they are coming to me and they're asking that which technology I should adopt. So I want to ask the panelists, can they are able to recommend some entrepreneur that if you want to go for the PET straw, please copy this technology. If you want to go for the press mud, please copy this. If you want to go for the MSW, please copy this.
It's a good point, a good provocative point where we really need to find out all that. Any other thoughts, comments?
During the afternoon session, we were discussing, and I was raising the same point, sir, that in this industry, we don't have technological standards or monitoring that whatsoever plant is running and operational as on date, what was the design capacity, what is the operational status as on date, and what all were the challenges during the ramping up of the capacity. So whatever learning, my dear friends sitting here, Vijay has shared something, Rajneesh has shared about MSW, those learnings we all need to adopt and to see that we don't repeat all those troubles or rediscover the wheel. Thank you.
I'm going to take one more comment. We had a hand up earlier, so.
No, I'm just extending that point, what my friend has said there. We should have some certification of these digester or the equipments, that this kind of capacity requires this kind of digester, and there has to be a certificate that this much yield has to be there. Then only we will be able to have economically viable plants.
Thank you, Mr. We'll just close it with the last comments from.
Few comments. I think the afternoon sessions, I would say there was some kind of pessimism. But this session, I'm very optimistic, and everyone said that all the panelists, that the technology exists. But then the benchmarking is not there, standards are not there. I think ministry with these stakeholders will get into this also. Secondly, someone mentioned about ethanol ecosystem, which actually we have now reached 20%, that is ethanol, but blending in petrol. But that is actually 1G, with lots of energy density for that 1G. 2G ethanol and CBG, I think the pre-treatment, and one goes into fermentation towards ethanol, the other is digestion towards the gas. In some of the plants which we are supported through PMG1, the pre-treatment is an issue, but I was amazed to see that in case of CBG, we have already succeeded in doing that. So maybe there has to be an interface between the 2G plants or the operators of these 2G plants and the entrepreneurs and the CBG entrepreneurs, because I think they've already got over those problems of pre-treatment. Then I think we go ahead with this. The technology benchmarking is the only thing I got from this. And the things are optimistic. Technology does exist, and we'll be the leaders across the world once we have these standards and benchmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kanuja. So on that note, with the optimism that the technology does exist, but as a former technologist, I always want to leave a message that says we can always do better. So I leave that to all the private entrepreneurs. Thank you, Mr. Kanuja, and thank you to the panelists for your opinions. I know we've run over time, but if there's any other thoughts and comments, happy to stay over after this outside and collect your inputs. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for hanging on after such a long day. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the transition stage here at the India Energy Week 2026. Our session today, Supercharging Climate Tech Innovation, Expanding the Frontiers and Defining the Next Breakout Winners, comes at a pivotal moment for the global and clean energy technology landscape. We see that clean energy technologies are scaling rapidly. with growth not only in established sectors such as solar, wind, EVs, and batteries, but also in breakthrough emerging sectors. While renewable energy leads the energy transition, there is an emerging set of technologies which we are going to be talking about in today's session, which can take us to the next stage of energy transition. This panel brings together leaders who are shaping this transformation from industrial decarbonization and deep tech innovation to climate finance, circular economy, and large-scale renewable deployment. So I'm excited to explore with them what the next wave of climate tech winners will look like and what it would take to get there. So with a quick round of introduction for our panelists, I have with me Michael Train, SVP and Chief Sustainability Officer at Emerson. He leads Emerson's environmental sustainability strategy, focusing on advanced technologies and partnerships that accelerate industrial decarbonization. Next, we have Mohammed Al-Zoeb, CTO at Aramco Ventures. He directs investments in digital transformation and cybersecurity for Aramco Ventures, supporting breakthrough solutions in low-carbon fuels, advanced materials, and emerging climate tech ventures. We have Saravan Penubarthi, CTO at AIQ. Saravan brings deep expertise in digital transformation, technology strategies, and his work focuses on unlocking efficiency and next-generation operational capabilities across multiple industries. Lastly, we have Nishant Arya, Vice Chairman and MD at JBM Group. He leads the investments in EVs, renewable energy, EV charging, infrastructure, and advanced manufacturing across the globe. So, to kick off our discussion, I would first start with Michael. We have seen that clean energy transition has been accelerating, but only around the already commercial technologies like solar and wind. And to further deepen the energy transition to move towards a more mature phase, we need new and emerging technologies for decarbonization in hard-to-abate sectors. So what, according to you, is that next phase of energy transition that looks like where we can achieve these goals of net zero or fully decarbonizing our economies in the next few years?
Yeah, great. Well, thank you. Thanks for having me join you today. This will be the best panel of the day for those that are staying with us. We will make this fun, we promise. Just for background, Emerson is an automation company, a global automation leader, I would suggest. Serve a lot of critical industries, traditional power, chemicals, life sciences, metals, those types of industries. Of course, we now have emerging industries around what energy transition and new materials and circularity and those types of activities. When I talk about the automation, we do the sensing, the kind of the data creation actually in the processes. We have the valves and actuators that make the movements, control systems where our customers really run their operations and insert their logic and really, make their products happen. And then a lot of software that's in designs and simulations and optimization. So we play all the way across all those stacks and everything. What's been interesting, so let's call it the last 5 years, has been our hard-to-abate industries, for example, steel making, chemicals, some other things. I think these companies have been committed to trying to support the goal of getting the world to net zero. They have been focused on their emissions. They are measuring things. They are using tools to be more efficient. They're building out their roadmaps, looking at marginal costs to abate. And we're in many of those conversations, and we're fortunate that we get to participate through it, some bolt-on technology capabilities that they get to leverage in those things. We're seeing a lot more interest in carbon capture. We've seen real projects in the world. They've been implemented. I think there's a body of knowledge being built around that and what that means. We've seen, of course, the renewables that you referenced earlier. There's also some new designs for nuclear and some other things that are coming in that space that we think is quite interesting. Battery storage is an item. I know pumped hydro is another scenario that's very active here in India. I've seen some projects in the meeting this week already that talk to those types of things. And again, trying to enable that, enabling the hydrogen, where we still need a molecule to deliver an energy source, and steel making, for example, is looking very closely at hydrogen as one of the things we can do. And then, of course, using all of this automation to do circularity and those types of things. So I think the companies have learned a lot. We've seen pilot scale projects. We now have seen larger scale projects. There's still a lot of projects in execution. But I think the world's starting to get a sense of what it takes to do those projects, what the costs of those are. The trick in all of this is getting the economics at some point to work out and the policy shaped that can help sort of motivate the demand and prompt all of us to kind of make our next steps.
Great. It sounds very promising. Same question for you, Mohammed. Yes.
Really could not hear what he was saying. You can speak into the speaker, then only I can hear it.
Can you bring it closer?
Sure. Go ahead and continue that.
All right. Thanks for that feedback. Please, all panelists, bring the microphones closer to your, and speak. Similar question, but from a venture capital perspective, that what are the technologies that Aramco Ventures is looking at, which will drive the innovation towards the next phase of energy transition?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Is it switched on?
Can you hear me now? Okay, I'll speak louder. Thank you, Nikita. Yes, so maybe a quick introduction of what Aramco Venture is doing. We're the venture capital arm of Saudi Aramco, the biggest oil company in the world. We were established in 2012. We invest in startups with differentiated technologies, covering all the sustainability, digital transformation, and also otherwise, anything to diversify income for Saudi Aramco and for the kingdom. We have $7.5 billion of assets under management. We have offices around the world, in the US, multiple offices, in Europe, in China, and hopefully very soon in India, in Bangalore. We will have a small office, maybe a couple of months. If you are a startup, if you are an entrepreneur with a great technology, you're welcome to visit our office, or you're welcome to approach me directly. So back to the question, yes, so beyond the normal conventional solar and wind generation for new energies, we're seeing trends around the world, different in geographical region, but the common ones are SMR, small modular reactors for the new industries, particularly given their high density power. But also we're seeing green hydrogen picking up very quickly in parts of the world like China. We're seeing also new advancements into the solar and wind, like space technology, space reflective technology to help ensure the sunlight is 24/7 into the site. So like installing mirrors in the sky, or solar panels to reflect light to 24/7 to address the battery storage complications and cost complications. We're also seeing trends in tethered windmills to capture the power at higher elevation. But besides that, in the industrial facilities, the focus, as you have seen in many sessions here, is electrifications of utilities. And I think besides that, we're also looking into nanomaterial to be added to the steam generation, to the heaters to improve the energy efficiency. We're also seeing big trends and focus on waste heat recovery from our facilities. But also besides really addressing the problem of sustainability heads on, we're also investing in technologies to enable this. As you move into sustainability, you electrify cars, you need more batteries, you need more lithium, you need more copper, you need more graphite, you need more graphene-based compounds or carbon nanotubes. We're investing in transition minerals in that space. We're also looking into mining, given the experience of Saudi Aramco in drilling, to look into ways to optimize mining. We're also looking into spaces like seabed mining. And besides also that, we're also looking at improving energy efficiency into our own facilities in the distribution, and into solid state transformers, into grid stability solutions. And big focus also now on the infrastructure for AI, which I will leave to the discussion to later, but building data centers, optimizing data centers, available green power for data center is also one of the biggest focus areas for Aramco Ventures recently.
Perfect. Going to you, Sarwan, I think same question, but also to add on to it, because you are working on AI transformation and technologies. So from your perspective, how does the energy transition looks like from the perspective of the digital transformation that it needs, and what new technologies that could emerge that could pave the way towards it?
First of all, thanks for having me, Ankita, to start with. I hope everyone can hear me. So I'm from AIQ. So AIQ is an AI company focused only on energy transformation. So we have been in the business for the last 5 years. So we are not the new kid on the block. So more than people getting fancied with AI, we have made our hands dirty. So there are a lot of learnings for us to share with. Coming back to the specific point about the trends that we see, I mean, Mike and Mohammed have spoken about the conventional energy where this renewable energy is actually focusing on energy transition piece. I slightly look at it at a different angle from the technology point of view. I look at more of the abatement, optimization, and efficiency point of view. And the reason for that is the world has been going rara around abatement and decarbonization and net zero. But before you talk about abatement, you need to measure exactly how much are you emitting to start with and which equipment is emitting to start with. So one of the solutions we have is Emission X, is actually focused on that. We built this across ADNOC group of operations right now, is actually utilizing that solution for both scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 as well to start with. And the other one that we see is, especially when it comes to AI, we don't look at energy and AI as two different parameters. Since last 3 years, we have been very vocal about it. And we say that it's energy for AI and AI for energy. And we completely believe in that philosophy, and it is actually coming true right now. The only way you can definitely run AI is with huge energy demands, but at the same time, you can also optimize the entire energy needs using AI. This is the biggest trend that we actually see in the market right now, and there are multiple intricacies with it. We can get into the detail later. And this trend will continue for long for the next decade.
It does seem like AI is the way to go. Moving on to you, Nishant, from the industry perspective, you are working in different, clean tech manufacturing industries. So from your perspective, where does the value chain looks like moving forward, and how does that play a role towards energy transition beyond solar and wind?
No, I think what is critical today is that we have to look at the whole value chain from generation to consumption. We started from the other spectrum, coming from the EV ecosystem, where we look at electric mobility, EV charging, lithium batteries, then semicon, power electronic space. And then from there, we transitioned on the energy side of it, which is in addition to the conventional renewable energy with energy storage, so battery energy storage, or hybrid projects, where you are able to see that how are you able to address the issue of grid instability or round-the-clock power or quality of power which is required today. And as he mentioned about data, so data being the new oil, specifically in our sector, and data analytics being so critical, we generate today more than 1.2 million data points per electric vehicle. So it is extremely essential that how at an ecosystem level the whole planning is taken care of. And when you're setting up data centers, you are seeing what kind of energy security does a city or a state need, and you're setting up those facilities accordingly. And there, I think it makes a lot of sense to see that today when you are using electric vehicles, and in many cities this is happening, which we are seeing that the electric vehicles are used in the vehicles, and the night it's used as a power backup, especially in California and few other places across Europe and many other parts of the world, where they are looking at having a 360-degree repurposed battery structure which can cater to multiple life cycles and multiple use cases. At the same time, what is essential is that how are you able to address the problem that you generate green, consume green, and then, as I mentioned about the life cycles, so a product is used for static energy, which is for storage, for dynamic energy in electric vehicles, and is also used as a power backup at times. So I think a holistic view makes things viable, and that's where today when the countries and cities which are setting up even EV charging stations, they're trying to see that with such kind of solutions, how can they consume green energy, and how today the responsible end consumer has been able to understand that they do have to propel and look at using green energy, which is their accountability, and especially after COVID, people have become a lot more responsible towards that. And that's where we talk about green capital as well, because the carbon footprint which is getting generated through this, so like with every electric vehicle, in its lifetime, and I'm referring to buses, you could save about 1,000 to 1,200 tons of CO2 and about 500,000 liters of diesel as a basic requirement. So I think that is the level of carbon footprint. So impact becomes very important. So everything has to be understood tangibly. So no intangible impact is calculated by a common man. So I think when people understand that, they're able to embrace the same.
Definitely. So yes, there is a whole array of technologies which are available to us, which are at the cusp of commercialization or adoption at scale. I want to touch back upon the question around AI, and we know that the energy demand for data centers is expected to grow multifold in the years to come. As of 2025, we saw that about 700 terawatt hours of energy demand came from data centers particularly, and by 2050, it's expected to grow 5-folds. So how does this aspect of data centers and AI transformation balance with the goals of energy transition? Would it push energy transition back, or are there solutions which AI can provide to help us with accelerating decarbonization? So probably I can start with Saravan first and then go around the panel.
It was coincidentally, I was in a small town called, or a city called Ashburn recently in Virginia in US. And Ashburn incidentally is called the data center capital of the US. Every street you go to, you see an Equinix data center or a Noble data center around there. One truth and one inevitable truth going forward that we have to live with, and which is happening right now, and Mohammed can vouch for that, is we are slowly moving from a SaaS-based economy to a token-based economy. Especially in GCC, I see this trend. You are not only seeing the energy seeing as an export, you see the tokens now seen as an export coming from the GCC with the data centers coming in. And yes, definitely these data centers need lot of energy, and conventional, unconventional doesn't matter. But one thing for sure is there are ways to actually curb it. And there are companies that are actually doing that. Either it is using the optimized chips, or using the technology and not to go back and repeatedly into the data centers and then the GPUs, keep it in the memory to start with. And third, not but not the least, is to build the data centers which are net zero and green. For example, Google has announced a big investment, about $15 billion, if I'm not wrong, in Visakhapatnam in India, which is a net zero data center, which they are building globally here in India. So the new data centers that are going to come in, the idea of net zero, the idea of using the conventional energy is already baked in. And this will continue to grow as we go ahead. And the other thing, using AI technologies to optimize the energy, to make sure that to pump into these data centers, and also using the AI right from the chip level, infrastructure level, and all the way to the software layer and the application layer, to make sure that the energy consumption is low and yet the token needs are taken care, is the new trend and the guidelines in architecture that we will see going forward.
Great to hear. Mohammed, do you have anything to add here?
Yes, the issue of addressing the AI versus power requirements, I think I would like to start with the main objective is greenhouse emission reduction. For that, we definitely need AI. We cannot optimize our operation beyond the regulatory control without the advent of using AI, particularly physical AI, so that we have reliable models to optimize our operation. For that, we need the infrastructure for data centers. And yes, we're closing the cycle. For data centers, we need power. But the power can be, of course, from green supply requirements, particularly when we're talking about co-location data centers. We can use the geothermal as a big driver, but also other conventional power supplying modules. When we did investments, we looked at the space of data centers being a big driver for sustainability. We recognize that the availability of the power is the most critical aspect, but also the energy efficiency of the data centers. Right now, the conventional data centers run around 30% power loss. The hyperscalers, the likes of Microsoft and Google, they're targeting 1.1, which is 10% energy loss, but we're also looking into new technologies to push that domain much further. We're almost getting closer to the ideal data center where every input power is used for computing only, not for cooling. This is why we invested in technologies for direct-to-chip cooling. We invested in technologies to do immersion cooling for racks. We invested in a technology that does computing without CMOS chip. So the next generation, they're not going to be a CMOS or a silicon-based GPU. It's going to be a photonic calculation GPU. They give you the energy efficiency of 100 times. And we also looked at a new research in parts of the world where they're doing gabbling with the idea of using graphene to manufacture electronics, which will give you 1,000 times energy efficiency for your data center. So if you can imagine, instead of building a huge gigawatt data center, you probably need 1,000 portion of that. We're also addressing the availability of power through the new modular ready-to-power installations where you have this type of container. It gathers the sunlight just like a normal solar panel, but it has its own energy storage solution. It has its own stability solution, and it provides also the cooling for the data center. Maybe good for smaller enterprise edge kind of computing data centers. But we're also looking into all of these technologies, including, of course, space technologies. As we also hear about the ambition to move the data centers to space to reduce all the energy consumption and the cooling, looking into these opportunities as well.
That sounds good. So there's a lot of potential for improvement of efficiency and also transitioning to procurement of clean energy for the power needs of data centers that could drive the next stage. Michael, coming to you, same question, but also from the perspective of that, how these advanced, digital tools can help in accelerating the commercial viability of these new emerging technologies that you talked about, SMRs, CCUS, electrolyzers.
Yeah, if we talk about the benefits of AI and what we expect the impacts will be in energy transition and in some of these new technologies, I think what's really interesting is these industries are being born digital to begin with. Our traditional work and our traditional workflows were paper, only way back when. And obviously we've been adding on and morphing through time, and we've added digital things to that. But now as we kind of build a hydrogen ecosystem, the battery storage ecosystem, the carbon capture activities, the biofuels, et cetera, the circularity, these businesses are now kind of being born purely digital. They have digital workflows. We're also kind of able to kind of tear down some of the barriers. A lot of the industries that we're talking about, have hazardous working conditions, right? And there's safety and there's conservatism with good reason. So we're careful about how we apply these technologies, and we don't want an AI that just hallucinates something and runs something out of a process that's not safe. But AI also gives us the ability to see things in a broader context, to do pattern recognitions for us to maybe traditionally we'd solve maybe a control scheme around one facility, one system. Now we have the ability to kind of do fleet-wide kind of assessments and optimizations. We have a lot of work, obviously, to do to get all of our data so organized, so we have that ability to apply those AIs in that way. But I think, I think there's a view that the AI is going to bring us the efficiency opportunities and the optimization opportunities to get some of these new technologies to a place where they become economic and we can kind of get them built at scale as we go forward.
Yes, that's great. Coming to you, Nishant, do you have anything to add to it?
No, I think what is important is that when you are delivering this at scale, and today when you're looking at data centers, and if I talk about the power conversion systems in power electronics or EMS systems or battery energy storage, starting from 1 to kilowatt hours going up to gigawatt hours. So it's a huge spectrum, and there one has to ensure that you are building in efficiencies, and the real-time decision making is being done, and that is only being done through AI. And how many different models are being run for different kind of use cases become very relevant here. And that's what needs to be ensured and built into the system for it to get really scaled up and become very relevant. And that's where I feel that the usage of AI would get a very fast adoption across different sectors and segments.
Great. So now we have talked about the solutions which are available, the technologies which we need to scale. Coming to the question of how we can enable it from the policy perspective, and what are the enablers that we can either foresee or we are seeing that could help in building resiliency, not only in supply chains, but also accelerated deployment of those technologies. So what solutions do you see? I think, who would like to go first on this?
No, probably I can take a go first. I think it's fine. I think you mentioned 2 points there, resilience and supply chain to start with. Probably I'll just go back to the keynote speech that His Excellency Dr. Sultan gave. And he used the words like, we are in an environment where walls are being built, or there is a perception of walls being built, and we need to build the doors and everyone will follow through. I think tightening of the supply chains is a reality. Localization of the resources and guarding those resources is also a reality. And we have to accept that fact to start with. And I'm sure that policy making and regulators at the country level are very keen on it, and they are following these trends. I think the only 2 perceptions or recommendations I can give from my side is there is the traditional way of looking at the renewable energy. That's one part of the story. And then there is a technology piece of it. The traditional way of looking at the renewable energy source, I'm sure the policymakers are has to definitely focus on 3 things: the financing fees, the ease of business fees, and also putting the right kind of regulations for the consumers also to enable it at the end of the day. So these are the 3 things for sure the policymakers and regulators on the traditional renewable energy space has to focus on. On the technology piece to start with, this is where I feel every country, especially sovereign AI, is growing, and it's a reality right now. Every country can do a bit more as well, because this is the only parameter I would feel is in the control of the regulator within the country to start with. And with so much happening on the tightening of the supply chain side, the optimization comes into the picture, and you have a great opportunity with AI there. I think if we can just focus on these 2 parameters separately and using the right technology of AI, especially on optimizing the supply chains, and also to make sure that they enable it on the efficiency side and as well as on the transition side and the affordability side, I think that's where the magic will happen.
So optimization of supply chains is where the opportunity lies.
Just to add to what he was sharing, I think it's very important today, because in the times of when we are seeing multiple free trade agreements happening, and today India has done more than 8 free trade agreements with different developed countries, and the kind of focus we have on Make in India, but being coupled with the RDI, Research and Development Initiative, and design-linked incentives, it's the right moment for us to see that how India can complete the full spectrum and take control of this supply chain, and not being focused only on domestic market, but as we see the leader, as the leader of the global south. And even last year when I was traveling with the Honorable Prime Minister, we got opportunity to see that how multiple countries in Europe see that India is looked at as a manufacturing base for the whole region, catering to APAC, Middle East, Africa, and the whole place. So I think multiple such opportunities exist, and having the demographic dividend of having a local consumption driven market adds on. So we can give a substantial local market perspective. And in addition to that, coupled with the right policy framework, where we are seeing multiple policies getting ironed out, and states welcoming and seeing that in specific sectors, whether we talk about semiconductor, we talk about pharma, we talk about automotive, medtech, defense, amongst many others, there is a huge focus, and that's where PLI schemes and other schemes have really come across and have been very successful. So that's where I think huge collaboration opportunities are there between domestic and international companies and local companies to invest in technology, to see that how we are proceeding further with the technology driving value as a primary focus. And that is going to bring in a paradigm shift in the mindset of people, that we just don't need to do something which somebody else has done, but from a frugal, agile, and nimble perspective, we can do that ourselves in our own way.
Right. Yes, India has a huge opportunity right now to build clean tech supply chains, which not only localization of supply chains, but also becoming a regional hub for supplying to other demands countries for these technologies. Michael, coming to you, do you see that policy has a role to play, or the industry and the market is ready to take on this opportunity head on?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say a couple of things on the policy front. One is, getting the value of carbon into the mathematics of everything we do in society, right? And again, we've seen most countries express their ambitions for what they want to do from an emission standpoint. But we've seen Europe probably lead the way on that, where they got some of that in place, carbon border adjustment mechanism, the emissions trading schemes. These things at least allow us to start putting a value on the carbon, so that we all understand sort of what the economics of these solutions will be able to be as we go forward. So I think that's been a really important piece. And again, other countries are following suit now. India, of course, has been very active with all forms of the clean tech that we've been talking about, and trying to build those coalitions or those consortiums to make certainly some of those first projects happen, which is great. We still need more sponsorship from our governments, I think, to make sure that maybe we get the first SMR that we talked about, 2 or 3 of those built. We get to learn from those. I think only governments are in a position to provide some of the backing to make those things happen. So we still need that kind of sponsorship piece. I think, again, we need sort of this carbon pricing piece. And then, of course, we need feedstock. And feedstock, I think about as our human talent, and driving everything around that process to bring, more people into the equation here, and to further drive what we're trying to do broadly in the climate tech transitions.
That's excellent. Yes, governments have a huge role to play. They can help putting a price on the carbon and help bringing the prices at par with other technologies. So coming to you, Mohammed, I think a little bit of a twist on the question with the perspective that what are the barriers and the challenges that you see from an investor's point of view in driving these technologies? Because there are technological, regulatory, and market barriers which exist for adoption or scaling up of these technologies. So what are those barriers, and what are the mitigation strategies that you foresee for this?
Okay, maybe to elaborate on the last question, the policy, I'm the last guy to talk about policy. I'm a technologist. I always like the technology that sells itself based on MPV. We've had a lot of success with company or technologies that can easily sell themselves based on energy efficiency. You can get your payback in 3-4 years sometimes. But yeah, policy would help a lot when we talk about putting prices on carbon credits, so that to encourage industrial users to mitigate or to drive their emissions down. Now, as we deal with new technologies and new emerging technologies, we don't deal with the stuff that is already incumbent. The biggest difficulty we face a lot of times is willingness of end users to try new stuff, particularly given the complications, the unforeseen complications of any new technology, the unforeseen logistics. For example, the SMR, you can see how difficult it is to deploy it in many parts of the world. But beyond that, also the difficulties in understanding new systems as we switch from, for example, I'll use the transformer. Everybody likes the transformer. Conventional transformers, although they're having big reliability problems. We have transformers burning every year and then, but we're switching to solid-state transformers, in which they promise all the goodies about the energy efficiency, the delivery time, but people having difficulties to switch to Actually, it's way even more difficult sometimes to switch from a fixed speed drive to a variable speed drive, which is, I would say, maybe a very easy pick when you are dealing with an industrial facility. A lot of people, operation, particularly ground floor operation, they like incumbent technology. It's their area of comfort. They don't want to change something, to switch to something that could give energy efficiency or better yield production. Fear of the complications, fear of the need to consult, to go deeper into technology or acquiring knowledge outside their expertise. So it's the fear of getting into new territories. Like a lot of us, when we have new technologies, I remember my first smartphone was really a scary thing for me, but after some time, we cannot live without new technologies, and it's happening whether we like it or not. So this is something that we hope, inshallah, in the future it's going to go away, but this is the first thing that we really face when we deal with the new startups and new technologies.
Yeah, there's kind of a human thing about change, right, that you're kind of touching on. And it's hard. And a lot of our organizations are built to operate. We don't necessarily carry the resource around to do the change part of it. So, yeah, there's a lot there to kind of get our arms around.
And technology is inevitable. We have touched upon technology, we have touched upon policy. Now coming back to where's the money coming from? Where do the investments come from? How do we make sure that there is investments flowing into these clean tech options which drive the decarbonization, not only in the conventional sectors in the power sector, but also in hard to abate sectors where there are deep tech requirements are there. So how do we make sure that there is availability of financing so that we can implement this climate tech at scale? I would start with you, Mohammed, because you are a venture capitalist. Yeah.
Well, as I said, in Aramco Ventures, we do investments in various stages of the development. Of course, besides the venture capital rounds A, B, C, even late stage venturing, we can help. We have the capital to help with differentiated technology. We also have a specific fund to help seed investments and also pre-seed investments. As long as we have an idea, we have a technology that is differentiated, as long as it can survive the competitive landscape, which is something I do on a daily basis, we can fund, we can help with the development of the technology until it is ready for mass deployment.
Excellent. Nishant.
Yeah, I personally see, that in this case, one should really look at how you are able to bring and build sustainable business models, because adding credibility and scale is very essential for attracting big investments. And our experience has been that large DFIs or pension funds and many such long-term pools of capital are very essential. On the other hand, having startups where I think investors like Mohammed and Aramco are really important because they incubate them at the right time. And today there are a lot of green capital and impact focused funds who are really raring to go and seeing that how are you able to scale and sustain at the same time, and how cash burn is not a technology which you are deploying in the solutions for the longer term on sustainable basis. So I think those have been few key learnings which have really brought in a paradigm shift from before, where in certain cases burning cash was something which was fashionable and was seen that over a period of time, if you're doing so, you will hit parity at some point and break even at some point. But I think today the investors have become really a lot more focused in what they're looking for, and they are having huge pools of capital available to be deployed. And actually it's the other way around, that huge pools of capital do not have the requisite investments which they can make, rather than the investments not getting the desired capital because of lack of business models and scale, and how they do not see that there is a threat of substitutes and the future technology built in the longer term.
Right. So lack of business models is one of the challenge, while the capital is available, as long as there were sustainable business models around them. Michael, what do you have to say?
A few things on the investment front. I think there is a lot of money available in the world to make these investments. I think our younger generation is sort of demanding that we make these investments, and you kind of see those things converging together. So I think there's enough interest out there. I think maybe back to some of Mohammed's point earlier, we need to get some proofs out there. If these climate tech solutions have the promise and create the value, they will show growth, and generally growth is what attracts investment, right? People are interested in growth. They want to believe in the growth. So I think if you kind of get the growth started, there will be a flywheel of the investors showing up to support these. So getting the initial ones built, getting them figured out, getting the value creation, and then, it's engineering. I view it as engineering. We just have to keep engineering these solutions. We'll get to parity eventually and cross some lines in the future. So I think the investors are there. I think they want to believe too, but you gotta bring them some truth once in a while and show it to them, let them see what it can be.
Show where the value lies.
Yeah.
Sarwan.
If I can jump in.
Yes, please.
If I can jump in. We in Aramco Ventures, the easiest job is to wire the money. It's very easy. The difficult part is to really help the company grow. This is why we try to offer them a very close network within the expert within the industry, be it an oil and gas, water treatment. I think this is much more valuable as a knowledge investment than the money itself, because the money you can find it everywhere. It's the knowledge that the end user knowledge that a lot of startups need, especially at the early stage of development.
I think we at AIQ are the successful example of this. 5 years back, we started as a startup. When we started as a startup focusing on sustainability solutions, as Mohammed rightly pointed out, getting the money, the first check was easier. It was growing the company in the last 5 years, and to your point, Michael, creating successful returns not to the company itself, but also to the customer who is betting on you was the difficult job. And we were able to do it in the last 5 years. So we are a living example saying that money is there, the investment is out there, people are there to put the money, but the point is that do you have the right business case? Do you have the right use case? Do you have the right team? If you have the right team and you are at the right time with the right intention, I don't think money alone is the only barrier right now that you need to worry about. As long as you can prove your value to your customer, make sure that the ROI is there to the customer to start with, make sure your technology is making a difference in terms of net zero emissions as well as the sustainability goals. That's all that matters.
Perfect. And I think we are very close to our time today. So thank you all the panelists for such insightful perspectives. Today's discussion has highlighted that the clean energy economy is driving at an unprecedented pace, but we need coordination between policy, between industry, and so that there is alignment between the goals so that we can address the energy trilemma, the competing requirements of meeting the need for energy security, energy transition, as well as providing affordable energy to all. So with this, I think I would like to thank all my panelists. It was a very invigorating discussion. We touched upon a lot of different points. If you have any final, 30 seconds comments, please, we can start with Nishant and go in this direction.
No, I think from my side, I really believe that any organization, and that's what we are personally trying to do, should be looking at global play, not local play. So thinking beyond boundaries is very important. And secondly, trying to see is that how are you resolving problems? I think that has been the mainstay for many startups and otherwise. But at the same time, creating opportunities to bring in paradigm shifts in the way people are operating, I think is something very important in today's day and age with clean energy. So we should not be incremental in our approach, but we should be very significantly decisive in what we are doing as we go forward.
I think 2 or 3 specific points to start with. Measure before you start thinking about abatement to start with, because most people don't do that. We assume that. The second thing is AI is inevitable. So whatever we do, even in the climate technologies and the net zero emissions, have your AI strategy and make sure that is executable and there is ROI.
I think my last closing message will probably be to entrepreneur. I want to encourage them to think big, act big. Don't worry about the money. The money is always available. but yeah, have your own business plan ready for scale up and production, and plenty of financing organizations are available there.
And as the automation person here, I like to focus on the human talent, right? We got to keep bringing talent to these spaces. Get the talent to come and be the engineers and come to be the data programmers and the business leaders for these activities and keep driving that.
Perfect. That's excellent. So we have global play, not local play, and measure the data. Investment is there. We need sustainable business models and rely on our human capital and utilize them to the maximum. With this, I would like to thank my panelists. Please join your hands together with me to thank them.
I see the timer has started, so my time is on, right? Good? All right, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Last session of the day, I think so, and good to have a full house for the first 3 rows. But thank you very much for making it, and really, it's been an honor to be a moderator for this League of Superstars, I think so, where we have pretty much every large company in the world on the stage. But India is, as you would know, India is the largest consumer of energy products. We are about 65% of our population, Indian population, is below 35. So definitely it's a big talent pool. Apart from that, energy has been a very big focus for the Indian government. Obviously, we all see IEW being so successful over the years and going bigger by the year. So it would be a very interesting session while we have only 40 minutes, and I hope we had more time to listen largely around talent, energy transition, culture, and how GCCs, and we have Ayush also here from a public sector perspective, how is that impacting? And so without taking more time, I'll come to Akshay, and Akshay, I think Engine has been one of the fastest set up GCCs that I have seen, and I have been doing that for about last 10 years. How would you see AI and the talent that you have in India? how does that help you in prioritizing the GCC talent, developing through internal academics, external partnerships? I've seen, I think you've grown the engine center to such a large and doing such critical engineering work. So if you could just talk about how is one is AI and then maybe talent and then the partnerships around that.
Thank you, Manu, for
I think.
Well, thank you, Manu, for having us here. And thank you all for being here this evening. We are the last panel of the day, and I hope we can do justice to everyone's time here. But let me just talk a little bit about the ENGINE. ENGINE is an acronym that stands for Engineering and Innovation Excellence Center. And it's Chevron's Global Capability Center that we established in September of 2024. So we're about 15 to 16 months old, and we established in Bengaluru. And it's a state-of-the-art technology hub to support Chevron's global operations and projects. And, when we talk about ramp up, you said that we are one of the fastest growing GCCs. Well, thanks for the compliment. I feel that while headcount is somewhat relevant, what is more relevant is in today's day and age of automation and AI, what type of workflows are being performed and how they're changing business outcomes. And I'm delighted that in the short span of 15 to 17 months, we've been able to do work that is meaningful, impactful, and cutting edge, and impacting Chevron's bottom line across multiple functions, multiple geographies. So to me, that is the bigger, bolder story than just headcount. But yes, the engine has all core disciplines represented. We are hiring across all disciplines: mechanical, chemical, civil, structural engineers, petroleum engineers, geology, geophysics majors, underpinned with a strong foundation in AI and automation. And we believe that the talent is very strong. I'm very pleased with the talent that we have hired here in India across these disciplines. And it's not just the experienced hires, the college hires that we have got, they have not just the skills and capabilities that we need, but they bring a lot of energy to the workforce. You talked about AI and machine learning. Yes, so that's a foundational part of what we do. So every workflow that we tackle at the engine, we first look at it from an AI and automation lens, and then we see how it can scale. And it's not just about doing work at a capability center, it's how do we centralize, standardize, and simplify how work gets done. How do we do it much better? So we're delighted with the progress that we have made, and we look forward to growing the ecosystem, growing the knowledge base here in India.
Great, thank you. I'll come back to you. I think on the energy transition, I want to ask a question, but before that, I'll jump to Shuchi. Shuchi, Exxon has been here for a very long time, and Shuchi, you're the head of strategy, and you're the very right person to answer. On when Exxon set up, I think it was 2012, 13, that's where we were there. You've been here from this group, from the GCC or the Big Daddy, right? Oldest. So how have you seen the talent pool drive the global business goals? Because now you are a mature GCC, you've been through ups and downs, you've seen pretty much how energy landscape has changed and how you're changing the talent on part. So how do you make the strategy, and how does strategy help on that part?
Yeah, amazing. Thanks, Manu, for the question, and it's great to be here. I think our mantra right from the beginning has been integration and scale. Okay. That is our global differentiator. And we have been trying. Yesterday, we heard from our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji about scaling with India. And that's what we have been trying to do, to really bring the talented workforce that Akshay mentioned. But mostly, how do we integrate that talented workforce all across our business lines and capability organizations to really unleash the potential, right? And as you know, scale by itself is not given by numbers. Just being big doesn't give you the advantage of scale. So the integration, assimilation, upskilling, that part is absolutely critical. And what we have found, especially, is that we are bringing the entire corporation together. In fact, outside Houston, this is the very first country in India, our GCC, which has a representation of every function and every capability, be it a business line or a value chain or a capability that is represented. And one of the ways we are unleashing the potential of the integration and scale are via very intentional and robust upskilling, right? So we are bringing in people from all quarters, technical upskilling through industrial training programs that our graduates really like, giving them real-world experience to assets in partnership with public and private partners. Some of you may be here today on that. Also growing the next-gen leaders from our GCCs here, giving them global leadership exposure, bringing in a consistent leadership expectation all across. And finally, you touched upon culture. And we do say culture eats strategy for breakfast, etc. But I feel that we have been super intentional in our commitment in creating a culture curriculum. So we actually onboard every new joiner through a one full day culture curriculum. Our country chair, executive leaderships have been super committed towards that. So I think bringing all of this together, it's what integrates and help us scale better.
Yeah, great. I've seen culture playing a very, very big part, and pretty much culture. Whenever I visit a global Exxon office or visit India, you can't make out.
Yeah.
And the culture definitely is there in the individuals. Taking culture, I used to one part obviously want to on GAIL, and I've been working with public sectors for the last 20 years. Love the culture. When I speak to a GAIL person who has been with GAIL for 20, 30 years, he can talk GAIL, he can talk and know about that. So how do you, being the director HR at GAIL, how do you inculcate the culture part? And was it culture training part of it, or how do you inculcate culture? Because that also helps the talent to stay and be proud of the Maharatna.
See, there are two parts in terms of when we say culture building. What we have tried to do is align our culture to the core values that organization keeps it close to the heart. And we have given a very nice acronym also recently, that is CRUISE. And that also takes care of the culture part. When we say CRUISE, C is the customer first, and then R is respect to customers, respect to our internal stakeholders, external stakeholders. U is uphold the integrity, in terms of integrity and ethics that every employee should imbibe and live it up to it. I is innovation and technology, because in today's world, fast-changing transition, if we are not able to innovate every day, we will not lose the race. S is the safety culture, which is very paramount for being in oil and gas industry. And E stands for excellence. That is, for every job we do in our everyday life and every role which we perform, we must excel. We must be the best in the industry. That is the benchmark we have to set. Every employee has to set for themselves. So we try to live these values in our day-to-day life. We try to reinforce these values at every forum, be it the leadership talks or to the first day an employee joins. These values are shared, and we try to keep it up too. And the leadership exhibits that by role modeling these values in their day-to-day work. So that is where we drive culture, and that helps the employees to stay along with the company.
Right. I think one learning from public sectors I have learned, and I think that goes with the super majors we are sitting here, is the length that an employee spends and the longevity employees have. Right. So you have any ways you can keep the talent motivated? Money is not the answer, I would say.
No, definitely.
Because that's what I have seen. Maybe one can be a motivator. Apart from that,
see, being public sector, money is fixed. Everyone knows how much they will be get. So that can't be a motivator for us to keep them strong. But two things I would like to highlight. There are multiple things, but then two things which we believe very much in, which helps us to keep them motivated is one, apart from employee, if from day one, if you can engage their family members.
Okay.
Because employee, we do a lot for employees, be it the training, be it the sports, be it the activities, whatever you say, employee engagement. In the name of employee engagement, lot of activities are there. But on the family front, many a times we miss out that family is an important part of the whole organization. They are half the employee. If they are not there, the employee will not be able to work as efficiently as they are. So from day one, when an employee joins in GAIL, one offer letter goes to the employee, another letter goes to their parents, congratulating them for their son or daughter being joining GAIL. So that is one part. And then this journey continues at different forums. Activities planned for the family members of the employees also. Now, lot of youngsters are joining, and what problem which we are facing, and I am sure each organization must be facing, is that now both husband and wife are professionally qualified and they want to pursue their own careers, but at remote places, there are not enough opportunities for the spouses. So they will have to stay apart, 1,000 kilometers apart, pursuing their own careers. And if they come to townships, not enough opportunities being them, and they are getting feeling stuck to their roles or for family household works. So there, one key initiative that we started 2 years back and which has been proven very successful is that we started an entrepreneurship development program for the spouses of the employees, where we trained the spouses of the employees for 1 long year in terms of setting up their own ventures from the places where they were posted, so that the barrier for the location was taken away, that being in a remote location is a barrier for a spouse not to be able to pursue their own careers. And at the end of the 1 year, first year, we started with an expectation of that 5, even if 5 ventures are started, we'll be happy. I am happy to share at the end of first year, 45 entrepreneurship ventures could be started from the spouses of the employee. And we are running the program now in the second year, and we have more than 50 more ventures. So in a period of 2 years, 100 women-led startups being started who had no background, no knowledge, or not even an idea what they would like to do. Most of the startups, the support system starts when they have an idea, they have done a prototype. This was from a scratch of making them motivate to generate an idea and then work upon and then start. Many of them are now registered, licensed. If there is somebody in food business having a FSSAI license, GST registrations, company websites are there, social media accounts are there, and they are earning revenues. I would not say they are making lakhs, but then they are happy, they are professionally engaged. So that is something which keeps the employees motivated if you are able to take care of their family part. And second, in terms of, apart from money, giving the employees enough opportunities in terms of, see, one thing which all the youngsters are required or ambitious about is learning new technologies and getting the opportunity to learn and challenges to go at the workplace. So again, another initiative which I would like to highlight is what we started 6 months back is in terms of giving all 5,000 employees of GAIL training on AI, irrespective of their level, whether they are executive, non-executive level, all employees getting the same training at the same level on AI, and bringing an ambition part of it that from 5,000 will select 750, from 750 to 500 to 250 and 50 in a period of a year. So 50 will have a international level of training certified AI champions in a matter of 1 year. So that's another challenge is also inbuilt in terms of what they are getting. So I think I just wanted to highlight these two things.
That's
apart
wonderful.
From many other
Very,
things.
very inspiring, very inspiring. Thank you very much. Molly, coming to you on BP, obviously you've been here for now a reasonably long time, I think since 22, been 3 years. Apart from the capability that you already had and you moved a lot of work here, what new capability areas does BP expect to build in BTC so it can contribute back to the organization?
Yeah. So I think, so first of all, I want to say thanks. I mean, it's been a pleasure to be on a panel like this, sort of very esteemed panel. But I think when we really look at BP, BP has, very strong foundation in terms of the way we work across all our, upstream, downstream. We partner in India to, provide oil and gas into India. And at the same time, so all of those foundations, I think capabilities, we know it's strong here, and, we basically have a lot of those workflow processes and everything. I think, in terms of the direction that the world is going in, one of the big things is not so much kind of the direct engineering or upstream type capability, but it's really marrying that capability with the digital, with sort of that continuous learning, of things like AI skills, digital skills, and again, just about making work more efficiently. And then sort of taking it the other side. So we always talk about sort of AI and everything, but it's how do we also take, what I would say is sort of the programmers, the digital skills. How do we sort of build knowledge across both ways? Okay, so how do we take people who have digital skills and really help them understand kind of the oil and gas business as an example, or the retails business, the lubricants business. And it's the same way as an engineer, how do we also learn those skills? Because it's the beauty of that combined knowledge that really gives us the best business outcomes. So I would say it really is not necessarily new capabilities, but it's really looking across what the strength of the Indian market brings, right? So I think the Indian market has the components of all of those elements. And so if you can really sort of bring it strongly together, and that's the opportunity of what we want to do, and then we can take that and sort of drive it sort of much more strongly across into all our sort of global operations wherever we operate. So I wouldn't say it's new. It's sort of taking what strongly exists here today and really sort of driving it and percolating it back into sort of our full global operations.
Great. Thank you. Just holding a thought on that, I think coming to Ajay. Ajay, on the talent part, you've been here for a very long time, while individually you came 4 years back, but the R&D part has been here for a long time. How has STCB seen, as Shell STCB seen, the talent landscape change over the last 10 years? Is it easier to get more talented people now?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, indeed, we have been here for over 2 decades now. Parts of our organization, actually, starting with the information and digital technology, were here even earlier, almost 25 years ago. And as kind of one of the longest standing GCCs with almost 13,000 employees now in the country, is a testament to kind of how these groups have evolved over time. And sometimes it has meant kind of, also learning lessons the hard way, figuring out what actually works within the Indian ecosystem, where are some of the gaps, where do we want to kind of, upscale, upgrade some of those capabilities. And STCB in particular is kind of an excellent case study, in that, because when we came in here and to start the Shell Technology Center, the ambition was kind of clearly, it's a talent play. This is kind of where we have access to deep technical talent, and if you can offer people a value proposition where it doesn't matter if they are working in the Shell Center in Houston or in Amsterdam or in Bangalore, that's what attracts people to come. And so it was very much kind of a talent play in certain areas of our work. Largely, it started off with the computational and subsurface part of the story, and increasingly we kind of started expanding those capabilities to a point where we now have a world-class research center. So, when I think about what we have at STCB, I think of it as a first among equals. Perhaps the one pivot that we have had to make to your very specific question on the journey of talent wants to be in a place, where they feel they belong. They want to be in a place where they believe that there is a belief system in the work that they do, and that there is an opportunity to see those ideas all the way through completion. It is exciting to kind of work on novel technologies and the like, but if you don't really see a line of sight to how is this actually going to create the value, how does this actually get implemented, Is there enough support from the business? Or is this just kind of, okay, there's a bunch of very clever people doing clever things, but you don't quite translate that into kind of, action. So that's kind of been a part of our own growth and learning of how to kind of create that kind of an ecosystem, if you please. And that's why kind of, in order to attract the top talent, you also have to invest in the local ecosystem. And so that's been kind of one of the other parts where we initially cast a pretty wide net into kind of where we wanted to play in India, where do we access the talent, who are some of our external partners. We have got a couple of very strong academic strategic partners with the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore and IIT Madras, and figuring out how you leverage these partnerships, because these are folks who are not necessarily in exclusive relationships with Shell. They are kind of much more hungry for the young students that we work with and the young entrepreneurs that we work with. They are just as eager to understand what is the use case of my technology. If I build it, will you come? And so that's been kind of part of our whole evolution in our thinking, where truly now the work that we do is kind of, I can just very unambiguously state, is world class. There cannot be any kind of challenges, whether it be in the deep domain space of AI or it be in more the physical technologies, whether it be kind of building the world's first solid oxide electrolysis cell and demonstrating that this is something that can be done from India for the world. That kind of is what really gives the excitement and the incentive to people to come, and more importantly, to stay.
Okay, that's great.
I just want to add,
add
something to what Ajay said. 3 years ago, even before we established the engine, even before we took final investment decision, I came to India, I came to Bangalore. I met with Ajay, you remember that conversation. I met with the Exxon GCC leader at that time, and I asked them, what does it take to have a successful GCC? And everything that Ajay mentioned, to have a very strong employee value proposition. I think those were very thoughtful words, and I strongly believe that that's very important. And employee value proposition goes, starts with culture. You mentioned about culture, but also, in case of global capability centers, it's how we connect the employee to business outcomes. Because, we're sitting here in India, in Bangalore, all three of us, and in Pune for BP. How do we connect them with business outcomes? So we have a deliberate focus, making sure that early on, our new employees, we connect them to business outcomes, whether it's through immersive programs, through training, on-site training, getting them familiar with their assets, or giving them experience through digital twins so that, sitting in the office, they actually can walk into a facility anywhere in the world. So we have to be very deliberate in ensuring that the value proposition remains strong along with the culture. And that's one of the strong reasons why we have strong retention and employees who work very long in companies like ours. Now I've completed 27 years, it'll be 28 years in June, and culture and the employee value proposition plays a big role in employees that want to come to work every day, be motivated and energized.
Great. Thank you. And I was just about to come to you, just extending that point on the energy transition being a very big point, and how is your GCC maybe now or later contributing to the transition for Chevron?
Well, if you look at Chevron's enterprise strategy, is very clear what we intend to do. It's been a corporate strategy that has stood the test of time, and it's to leverage our strengths to safely deliver lower carbon energy to a growing world. If you parse that, we want to leverage strengths that we've had. We are a 147-year-old company, and we do certain things well. We differentiate ourselves in a few key areas. And those are the areas where we are building capability, we're building capacity across our conventional business as well as in our new energy and lower carbon business. So fundamentally, we believe the future is lower carbon. We believe that the future will have multiple diverse sources of energy, and for the affordable and reliable energy that is needed today, we do need to focus on reducing the carbon footprint of our current operations, and that's a big focus of the work that we do across the enterprise, including here in India, and how do we make those operations reliable and safer, so that we can reduce the carbon footprint. And at the same time, we continue to look at how we can grow new lower carbon energy businesses, whether it's in carbon capture and sequestration. We support some of our assets where we produce natural gas and we separate the natural gas and we inject the CO2 back in the ground. So a lot of that work is pretty complicated. It's complex, and those are the type of tough problems that we tackle across the world, including here in India. So, as I said, we are looking to reduce the carbon footprint of our own operations, and we are building capacity and capability to evaluate the lower carbon energy system of the future.
Thank you. Ashuji, for you, one is on the, if you can just very briefly, short of time, briefly touch upon, are you training your people on the energy transition goals? That's one. And secondly, what will help you go further on the value chain? What do you look for in the future on Exxon? How do you?
Absolutely. Completely building on Akshay's point of energy security while building a lower carbon footprint. Definitely our Bangalore colleagues and researchers are helping here using advanced technologies like AI to monitor and control GHG emissions from our own operations. In fact, our engineers here look after 60 plus assets, all of our assets all around the world globally, while scouting for techno-economic evaluations for CCS opportunities all around the world. We also have an R&D center here which test and formulate recyclable plastics. For example, the Mobile One buckets, the 20-liter buckets that you see here, that's actually a product of that very center led out of Bangalore, which is based on 50% recyclable plastic. So we are essentially going from lab to market by the GCC or by the ecosystem we are building here, right? Coming to the second point on your value chain, we talked about how we are investing in India. We are also making in India, and we are very proud to have our global projects capability, one that is reputed really globally for its schedule adherence, budget adherence, discipline, and performance. We are having that capability being laid out of Bangalore as well, to really make in India for the entire world, energy equipments manufacturing for the entire world. Very proud of that in terms of moving up the value chain, not only in terms of supporting our assets, but making in India, innovating in India, as I mentioned about the R&D, while we are scaling with India.
Thank you very much, Ruchi. Quickly, I think on Gail, if you could just, Ayush, if you could just make a point on the energy transition, because gas itself is a carbon neutral product and contributes to that. Any specific action that you're taking on energy transition?
See, on the energy transition front, as rightly mentioned by you, currently in India, natural gas itself is playing the role of a transition fuel till we are able to entirely switch over to renewables. But then, at the same time, while we are still expanding the usage of natural gas and trying to increase the percentage of natural gas in Indian energy basket from 6 to 15%, that is the potential it holds. But at the same time at GAIL, we are also expanding our footprint or network in terms of having more solar energy parks and solar power plants, also in terms of winds. And within our own processes, we have an ambitious goal of net zero, which we have advanced to 2035 for scope 1 and scope 2. I think on that front also multiple projects have been taken up by GAIL in terms of switching over from a gas-driven turbines to electric-driven turbines that are powered by renewable power. So multiple projects being done, and clearly progressing ahead in an aggressive manner towards making contribution to a renewable portfolio and enhancing that.
Thank you very much, Ayushji. Molly, on GCC's contributing to the global vision of BP-wide transition is one of the visions. How is GCC giving back to the world to BP within and maybe contributing to the transformation and growing talent within that? Are you looking at growing? I need to have energy transformation talent specifically built in GCC, which would help the world or BP globally?
So I think definitely. So we do see in terms of, transformation and as its contribution to things like, within the energy transition as an example, really a lot of it is building more efficiency in what we are doing as an organization, right? And so I think what the GCC is helping us to do is really take what we do across, different parts of BP. So when you really look at, we operate in, 13 different countries as an example in the upstream. We have oil, gas, we have refining, across multiple sectors, different ages. We've acquired, different companies have merged over the years. And so I think what the beauty of what the GCC is doing now is sort of actually taking that understanding of what we do globally across, because we are supporting the global operations. And we are able to sort of really then bring together what's the best of each part of it, right? We are able to sort of then combine that with basically our digital organization. So, bringing in things like AI, where do we, actually mention standardizing and sort of really scaling up and bringing in those digital solutions. But it also then means we could identify the right technologies that will help us as a business. So what is that latest seismic technology that's really going to drive efficiency? So, quite often when we always talk about the energy transition, we forget about the efficiency. So it's not just about kind of going into the renewable markets and everything, but it's taking the core oil and gas businesses that we run today and making those cleaner, right? Less carbon intensive, etc. So I think there's a lot of that opportunity that you get within sort of the GCC context. And just sort of add quickly, our GCC is our business. There is no differentiation. So these are people who are part of the team every day. There is no other engineer, right? So they are able to sort of take the understanding and learning from their other peers who are running other parts of the business and then translate that back into, okay, I have maybe a similar problem in my business, or we haven't actually tried something like that yet, and really sort of introduced it more broadly. So I think that's what we see from a GCC perspective as really driving a lot of transformation. It's really about being able to scale up really the best of BP in all ways.
Right, and I've seen that GCC has an advantage, especially where you have different geographies sitting together. Correct. So you can exchange a lot of work. I mean, lastly, coming to you, Ajay, how does AI play a role? Because you've been there, especially R&D. Yeah, I'm sure using AI on energy transition and then the talent using AI and giving it back to Shell globally, are you driving any initiative using AI on energy transition?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Pretty much you can think of applications in every part of the energy spectrum. There are use cases, in the conventional side of the business, use cases in kind of the renewables portfolio, the new energies portfolio. I think I'd answer your question by kind of just saying that one does not need to be afraid of AI. You need to kind of, because oftentimes with staff also you have the inevitable questions around, is AI going to replace staff? Well, the reality is that it is not going to replace staff. It's going to enable you to expand your capabilities to do higher value work. So the people who will be successful in this endeavor are the ones who will equip themselves with the tools, knowledge, and capability to use it with intent and with purpose. So that's kind of the mantra that we've been trying to drive into kind of, staff to kind of think about this as your friend, not as a threat. because that's when you'll really be able to figure out what are those specific use cases and whatever that area might be, whether it be in customer engagement and how are you going to, quickly qualify a number of potential prospects, or it be kind of, some deep domain expertise in materials discovery. Whatever your end use case might be, use it with purpose and with intent. And I think that's kind of the way in which I think some of that stress will be alleviated. But I think that it's a given that this is going to be a huge enabler for the energy transition across the board. The pace at which the energy transition is going to unfold is anybody's guess. What areas is one going to have to bank on and not bank on is anybody's guess. I think right now we are at a state where you have to bet on all of the above, knowing that the conventional business is going to be with us for decades. How do you kind of monetize every molecule that you're producing better using some of the tools at your disposal that you did not have 10 years ago to do that more efficiently while anticipating the future? So that's how we think about this one.
That's great. Although we are well over time, just any last thoughts on future of GCC, maybe starting with Akshay, 10 seconds.
Well, we've ramped up the engine to a point that it's become an integral part of the Chevron enterprise, providing the speed, the agility, high quality work, and changing business outcomes, supporting our business units around the world. We're delighted to be part of that ecosystem here in India.
Thank you, Akshay. Chuchi?
I think I'll just mention two things. One is don't leave things to chance. Be super intentional and deliberate as we are marching this GCC growth journey in terms of integration and scale. And the last thing is developing an owner's mindset, right? So we are not renters here. We have to own the end-to-end value chain and really own the decisions, really own the business right from here. That will be the next phase of growth of GCC.
Great, thank you. Aiji?
Yeah, two things. One, I firmly believe that what Ajay ji also said, with GCCs, the AI is going to take GCCs to the next level of competence and capabilities for all the organizations who have a GCC set up, because all functions being there, all core domains being there, and coupled with that, if we can put AI to the best of use, I think sky is the limit for GCC. Second thing, while discussing, and another thought on a lighter side, maybe not a global capability center, but GAIL capability center is going to be there.
Absolutely. Thank you. Molly?
So I think just a couple comments. So I think, I think from a GCC perspective, it is really about integration. So really kind of integrating across our business. It really is about innovation, right? Really bringing in the innovation that we can, get across into our business. It's sort of accelerating what we need to do to sort of drive the transformation, not just of BP, but basically of the energy industry. And I think, what we see from, an India perspective is that it has all of that and it has it at scale. So the, GCC really is becoming an integral part of what we do. And I just look forward to continually to sort of, drive success in that direction. So really look forward. Really strong ownership, I think, is what we just really need to see. The GCCs really become that kind of owner, strong business owner and driver for all of us.
Thank you. Ajay, last thoughts?
Yeah, I think I'd say that move forward with confidence and with belief. We need to kind of stop thinking about GCCs in terms of global low-cost capability centers, but start thinking in terms of these as global capability creators for India and for the world.
Right, thank you. That's all we had time for. I thoroughly enjoyed this session. I'm sure all of you also did. And I would like to thank all the panelists. It was learning for me and hope learning for all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Manu.